Started dinner, comma, moderate sized salad with sardines and a few shrimp added, light amount of dressing. Followed by a few grapes. And that's all. And that's all. About a quarter left over, which I will consume. During my conference call. Well, Jim Dingman, I'm glad to see you're still on this side of the turf.
How are you, Kenny?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
okay. Getting by like you. I've been seeing a lot of doctors, dentists.
Okay. Yeah, they can take up a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of polite people these days,
Yeah.
you know.
But
Oh, someone else, Daryl.
Daryl McPherson.
Yeah. Pardon
Um,
me.
yeah, it's been
You getting through it?
yeah. I've just had, I've had to deal with financial issues lately, so I've just been like everybody else. Everybody else. Anyway.
Well, not me. Grace and I are still supported by the mafia, so we don't really worry about the money. Yeah, everything's got well, the thing is, what do you think is the cause of inflation?
There are
I mean,
many
it's
reasons.
a bunch of things, right?
There are many reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's a whole litany of reasons. Um, But, it depends on what particular aspect of it. I mean, I personally don't see, I've actually read 15 studies done from 2023 to 2025 on the linkage of the deportation policies with inflation. 15 studies. And it showed me that, uh, factually speaking, the deportation policies are contributing to inflation in terms of rising food prices, especially in all the sectors that are being impacted that depend on undocumented labor,
Ah,
and in particular food prices, but also all sorts of meat packing, construction, all sorts of different parts of the economy where you have undocumented, millions of undocumented people, and it was quite a profound discovery to read, looking at really serious economic studies about that issue. And I was curious to go get conservative points of view to would disagree with that, and I've been looking for them. I haven't found them yet, but I'll be interested to see what those issues are. Now, the tariff issue is another issue. It's obvious that that's contributing to it because if anybody in their right mind believed that the pass along wouldn't happen, well, it's starting to happen. We even know when they.
excuse me a moment. Excuse me a moment for interceding. Uh, Prior in the last administration, we didn't have any deportation. Well, maybe we had
Oh,
some,
we
but
had
we
people.
mostly had open borders. We didn't have tariffs or that are
And
being put in now.
we've always
So
had
those
tariffs.
two elements weren't there. And
We've
we
always
had
had.
9% inflation.
Well, the inflation was actually coming down. See, that's the other thing. That's the other aspect of this that is misunderstood. That the inflation was one of the reasons that Biden uh, was ousted, and then certainly why Kamala wasn't elected. But the inflation actual facts were that it was starting to come down in the last quarter. And so the economy that Trump inherited was also benefited from the stimulation that was given by the different bills that had been pushed through. Um, and so, but then, he comes into office. So I'm looking at what is occurring since January. But anyway, Daryl, how are you, man?
Yeah. Hi, Daryl.
Are you there, Daryl?
Oh, Daryl, you have to unmute
Unmute,
your mic.
unmute, Daryl.
Maybe he went to the John or something.
No, it's not that. Can you hear me?
I can
Yes.
hear you. How you feeling, man?
I'm unable to. First of all, my picture isn't showing up.
Yeah.
Mm.
And if you saw the real person, you think Frankenstein. And I came in just as Jim was talking about finances.
Yeah, it is laughable.
Oh man. And with regard to your discussion on inflation, along with the things that Jim was talking about, and that nonsense about you had open borders during Biden, I think you need to go back and read the figures. Not to mess up your stuff, Ken, but you tend to sometimes be beyond Trump. But we love you anyway. Um,
Don't drain yourself. Keep some of that love open for the people who need it more than I do.
Oh, true.
no one needs it more than you do, Ken. Trust me. Is anybody watching the American Revolution?
Oh
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Ken
we were
Oh,
Burns?
just talking about
oh
Jim
yeah.
watched it.
Oh yeah. I watched the whole
Well,
thing, Daryl.
yeah. Oh, you already saw it?
I
You
saw it. Yeah.
always see everything first. And thanks for the
But that
PDF
that
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 I
that
haven't
that
downloaded yet.
that's why that old press card always comes in handy, Daryl.
Yeah, well, when I learned how to to write, I'll be able to do that. I'm really getting angry that and I'm off topic, that no one is willing to interview the general officers that have been fired
Uh,
under Hegseth, and no one explained, nor did I see any advertisement
uh,
of what's his name, Daniel Jones, who's the current chief of staff.
what, for the Air Force or the Army?
No, the whole deal. He took over for
Oh, the JCS. You mean the African American who was replaced by this?
Charles Quentin Brown.
Oh, interesting.
More
Uh,
than what's really interesting was is he was a major general,
yeah.
and they promoted him after they fired Brown.
Uh,
And Fischetti never even got into the job.
well, it's funny that you say that because we had pop in here out of the blue a couple of weeks ago, Daryl McPherson, who's the president of Veterans for Peace, and he
How does he
uh,
spell his name?
McPherson, Michael McPherson,
Oh, Michael.
Michael,
How
yeah.
does he spell? Yeah, how does he spell his name?
He spells it the way you do.
Okay.
Or maybe it has an A-M-A-C, but he was an artillery officer during the Gulf War.
Mhm.
He's
Mm.
from North Carolina, but he basically just has been traveling around talking about the Trump administration's approach to civil military administrations or relations, which is very different than the first administration. And it's very, uh, very worrisome to listen to what's going on. Okay. Turn it down. What are you listening to, Daryl? You just got to turn that down, man.
Turn what down? Wow.
I'm hearing something in the background. You
Better?
listening to the station or something like that? Uh,
Both, three.
yeah. Well, because Trump is acting very differently than he did the first time. Because if you remember the first time, he had all those people in there who were, quote, the adults in the room, which I understand he resented. And guys like Kelly, guys like McMaster, guys like Mattis, and they're not there anymore. And he has Hegseth, who's a complete sycophant. And um,
Beyond that,
and then when he had all those guys come down to Quantico, he had a grand meeting of all, I don't
all
know,
general
yeah,
officers.
all
Yeah.
general officers and flag officers in the different services come to basically, have him do whatever, read him a riot act, who knows. But I think he's trying to shape the armed forces, uh, and people are concerned about the issue of tampering with the whole issue of swearing allegiance to the Constitution as opposed to carrying out illegal orders. So that's coming up with the issues raised by all these this interdiction of all these different vessels off the coast of Venezuela, because some people are pointing out, like, okay, well, who's actually being killed? Are they all drug? I mean, they're talking about, these guys are coming in with 25,000, can
How are
kill
they
20.
going to get here, Jim?
Well, the thing is that I don't doubt that there is constant drug trafficking going in America. Okay, I don't doubt that at
That's
all.
not the point.
But
If you interdict, if a boat leaves, let's say Caracas,
mm,
where do the 11 what somebody calculated, you need 27 places to refuel in order for that
oh
boat
yeah,
to get
yeah,
to
good
the
point.
United States.
Well, I
So
would
where are
think
the
that.
gas stations?
Well,
They got Citgo. Is that what they did with Citgo?
that's an interesting. That's an interesting question because, as I understand it, now that's funny. We have someone who really knows about this stuff because when he was in the army, who's actually working in Southern Command, dealing with this issue, and that's Ivan Torres. So some point,
Oh,
Ivan knows all this stuff. Um, he
okay. So
was
then
because he
here's
speaks
another one.
Spanish. What?
How do you explain Halsey, the admiral who resigned rather than continue the
Oh
farce?
no, well, that's the good, very
And
good
that
point.
went under that played for about maybe 15 minutes and no one
Right.
understood it.
Well, those are good points, Daryl, because we don't really know the full background about
I'll give
what's
you a
going
better
on.
good point. Why are the Democrats failing to say how much does it cost to run the Gerald R. Ford a day?
Oh yeah, good
Give me a
point.
figure, any figure you want.
Oh
Doesn't
no, I'm
matter
sure
because
it's a
nobody
hell of a
knows,
lot. Well, we could
right?
find it out. We could
Okay,
find it
so
out.
how many children? You got a government
Yeah.
who goes to court to prevent children from getting both health care and food while they're sending
Right.
a and it would be cool if they were going to use it for the invasion, but drug interdiction?
Um. Well, that's where Trump is. That's the, see when you read
That
Mike.
ain't Trump. That's Hexep.
Well, but Hegseth.
Trump don't know the difference.
Yeah. No, no, but well, he would delegate to somebody like Hegseth. But Hegseth, is sitting there playing. He's like having a great old time. Being the grand commander, the supreme commander. He's a fucking retard.
Right. Yeah. Exactly the point. But no, who? Okay, I'm telling you. You're telling me. Who's telling Ken?
Ken's just listening to us talk. I mean, Ken.
No, that's not. Broaden it out a little bit. All right. You got people going to two, three, four jobs,
Oh,
and they're
7 million a
running
day.
this.
7 million a day to maintain that aircraft carrier operationally.
Okay, 7 million a day. How many people can you feed on 7 million a day?
Plenty.
All right. Yet Americans are still angry that that inflation was because they sent out too much money. And
Oh no, no, no.
if it wasn't for that
Daryl.
money that they sent out, there wouldn't have been any economy. And just like you said, when you look into the number of people it takes for this economy to run, and who's being destroyed by these policies?
Well,
Small
everybody. Right.
towns,
Well, that's right.
right?
That's right. No, that's right.
Destroy
Uh,
the schools, destroy. That's the whole town.
Well, I look.
But
I think.
but people don't know, Jim.
Yeah. No.
They
Well, I agree.
don't
Look,
know.
Daryl. No, I agree that people don't know. And like, look, I've been basically for the past 6 months going into the Fox News feed and fucking with them, and um, and I've been learning from them because they sit there. They'll call me a libtard and stupid shit like that. But I've been listening to them. I've been listening to how they think. And I'll say one thing about what's going on the past week. Now, I personally think that Trump is going to stall as much as possible the release of uh, all that stuff. That's just all those 300 gigabytes of data that the Department of Justice controls regarding Jeffrey Epstein. He's going to stall it because all we're getting right now is the leaks from the subpoenaed documents from the Epstein family. Basically the stuff that's at the maintained under control by his family, his brother Michael. But all that juicy stuff, they supposedly have videos of people fucking and in that house that are like because remember the whole place was wired on 71st Street and off of Fifth Avenue. I've seen that build. I never knew that his son of a bitch owned that place. It was I remember you remember going down and I said, "Who the hell? Look at that big ass house there." Um, it's right off Fifth Avenue. But I think that this is a really interesting phase we're living through right now with this stuff going on because um, I watched basically the entire house, except for one guy. I mean, I sort of that guy Higgins from Louisiana. I mean, hey, right on. He's just a gung ho Trump supporter. But Johnson, of course, was flipping out. And then I was surprised it passed the Senate. But again, I think they're going to stall and not release this information because why would he? Why would he release information that would allow the public to go, allow his foes to go hammer him? But I think it's going to blow up in his face because uh, there are reports that are unattributed that have to, I've looked at some of these unattributed reports. So would I then assert them in a written form because they're so volatile that, you'd have to triple source them. One source says he was screwing some 14-year-old over at Epstein's mansion and had her tied down. And then there's these, Trump I'm talking about. Then there's these issues of who met or who introduced Melania to Trump. Well, it turns out this guy is the person, Trump has put this guy, Pomoli, I think it's an Italian American last name. He's put him as a member of the board of trustees at the Kennedy Center in Washington. So all this stuff that's going on about Epstein, it's going to be very interesting to watch how this happens because Harvard now is looking at their Larry Summers. They're in the middle of reinvestigating that. Um, and this is stuff where there's bipartisan, lots of Republican voters, lots of people in the MAGA base don't like this. Large amounts of Democratic voters don't like this. Large amounts of, I mean, nobody likes to see a rich guy exploit a 12 or 13 or 14-year-old girl, okay, and get away with it. I mean, I can't see anybody who's raised kids going along with this kind of stuff. So this is a interesting little hot potato that's not ended, and we'll see what happens because I certainly didn't expect the Senate to approve the whole thing the way they did. So this is a whole. What I'm saying is, it's like we're living through a really amazing time because while we have this moves towards dictatorship and constant erosion of the Constitution, which is manifested in the kind of questions you ask about the general officers, because I think he's trying to reshape the senior officer corps to be a tool of him. And if you look at all these, this use of the National Guard, the increase in the budget for Homeland Security, and particularly ICE, where those guys are running around. I think they've tripled or quadrupled the budget for ICE. So, but it's like his personal police force. But they're implementing that policy, as I said, which I can't stumble across that. I said, well, how's deportation actually affecting the economy? Well, guess what? It's not affecting it well. And so, to me, that's a real contradiction because what's he going to do? And look at today. Trump made a comment today, it was very interesting. He said that, well, we have to be willing to hire workers in AI industries. I mean, it wasn't referring to the other industries, but he was referring to AI because, they look on that as strategically important as part of their reindustrialization plans. But at the same time, they want to knock out the Department of Education, which to me is like a sign that they really aren't serious about this because the Department of Education, as far as I'm concerned, there should be a GI Bill type approach to higher education in general as a constant policy. Because if you displace people through globalization, through deindustrialization, and you actually have a law called the Temporary Assistance Act, which was implemented during JFK, and that is supposed to kick in to help displaced workers get trained, but it's been implemented very poorly over the past 60 years, to the point where we're now dealing with this the kind of we're dealing with the kind of political reactions in our country that we're seeing. But you know those are, I mean, it's a dynamic time we're living in. It's an amazing time to live in. Amazing time. You got to mute, Kenny. Can't hear you.
There's some background noise here. So instead of just going on about your theories about what's happening and everything, let me ask you a question and then come up with an answer. Okay. answer my question. Don't change the topic, okay? If you
All right.
have, you said that if
Yeah.
the loss of the undocumented workers in the country
Yeah.
causes inflation and is very damaging to the economy.
Yep.
Okay. Now, okay, so just one question at a time. Don't go on. Just try to answer like I'm a lawyer and you're in a witness stand. Are the illegal undocumented workers getting paid less than the American citizens doing the same job in terms of payment and perks? Are they
I,
getting less?
well, we all know how people
No,
who
no,
work
no,
in,
no. I'm asking you. Are they getting less?
I'm sure they're getting less.
Okay, thank you. So then, are you endorsing a second class citizenship is required for this country to function, right?
No, that's bullshit to say a second class citizen. We all know the agricultural sector in our country.
Well, they can't vote
Well, so what?
and they're
They
getting
can't vote.
paid less and they don't get the
Yeah,
perks.
then you tell me what redneck
No,
son of
no,
a bitch
you're
is
not.
gonna
No, no,
go
no,
out?
no. I'm
No,
the
no.
lawyer. You're the witness. You have to
What
answer the
redneck
question.
son of a bitch is gonna
Answer the
go out and
question.
pick
Don't ask me
lettuce
a
up? You ever
question.
watch these guys?
Are you Jewish? Only Jewish people can answer a question with a question. I'm
Oh, that's
asking you a
ridiculous.
question.
That's
Answer it.
I'm a New
Do
Yorker,
you, do you
okay?
require
I'm not one
endorsement?
of those kumbaya guys in
Do you
California.
inquire a subclass working to work off the books, standing outside a Home Depot,
Yeah.
pick them
Yes,
up? Is
yes,
that required to have this
yes,
system work? Darrell
yes.
answered the question. He says yes.
And it's always been that way.
In or just in the U.S. or in all countries?
I haven't
Well,
lived in any other countries. You
well,
asked
you
me
tell
about this
me.
one.
You tell me, who do you employ? Were you paying top dollar for the guys who worked in your factory?
Yeah. No,
Really?
I was paying the minimum wage. Oh, plus,
Minimum.
oh no,
mi-
no. I was probably about 5 or 10% over minimum wage.
All right, so you weren't gonna go give them like $15 an hour, right?
Whatever the wage was at the time, I
All
was
right, all right. Well,
higher.
look. I'm not
I didn't
defending.
offer them
Yeah, but
health
you know the
insurance.
well, look. I'm talking structurally about our economy. I mean, sure, you want to, pick a little example about, oh well, you want to accept the fact that these guys make less money. Well, of course, I'd like to see them make more money. I mean, I've worked in factories too. You know, I worked in unionized factories,
Yeah,
but I'm just stating the objective facts of what's going on right now. And like what's going on right now is that the studies before the election, before he was elected, predicted that the cumulative effects of deportation
yeah. Now you're
strategies would
pontificate.
knock us down
You're
a
just making a
7%
speech,
in the
Jim. You're
GDP.
just making a speech. You didn't
No,
answer
I'm
the
not making it.
question.
Well. What do you mean I'm making a speech?
The
I'm
question
simply.
is, do you endorse there being a second class citizenship, and that's why we should allow
No, of course
illegals?
not. No, of course not.
So then, why shouldn't we deport them?
That's why we
Sure,
that
they come in legally.
well, first of all, Kenny, look, we're way past that as a
Ah,
issue.
ah.
We're way
There's
past
nothing
that.
you can do about it. Nothing
No,
you
no,
can do.
no, no, no. Like what?
Jim,
The
Jim,
statistic facts are, wait, let me finish it, Daryl. The statistics are that most of the people that are now arresting have no fucking record at all. At all at this point. I mean, it's one thing to have some gangbanger son of a bitch who's off a whole bunch of people.
Well,
And
when
it's
you get
part, I mean,
elected
that's a different
president,
ball
you can
game.
do that. You
No,
get
no, no.
elected president, you can do that.
Yeah,
This
no, but no, he
president is
went out.
saying,
They set quotas. They set quotas to bust 3,000 people a day, or whatever kind of nonsense was coming out of Stephen Miller's mouth.
yeah,
That's what they
thank you
set in
very
motion.
much. Thank you, Henry. You talk like Hedda Hopper.
Then a hopper, shit.
Yeah,
A
you're
Ken,
just
gossip
making
columnist.
slang. That
Jim,
idiot, this moron, that jerk off.
Ken,
You're
Yeah.
just doing
Jim,
an ad hoc attack on people. No
Ken.
respect for them
What?
being
What?
here.
Steve Miller? I'm supposed to defend the bastard? Shit.
Well, what did you say about him? Give me that again.
I
What do you
said
think of that guy, Steve?
I'm supposed to defend that bastard.
There you go. What else? What else is he?
Well, I think bastard's good
Not a
enough.
very nice man.
He's not a nice man.
I mean, look, he grew up. He grew up near where
I
you've
don't
been
know
living.
about his parentage, but he's got some real serious problems when it comes to people who are different than his experience.
You mean you're going to say he's a white supremacist? Is that what you mean?
I don't know what
I'm not.
exactly.
I haven't studied him enough to know. I know that his policies are detrimental to my life, and I'm not even. I'm supposed to be a citizen here. I've never been a citizen here, but I'm supposed to be.
Okay, you're judging the world by your own personal experience, or do you want to stay with statistics?
Let's go with
Well,
statistics.
Okay, great.
Forget
So,
forget
well,
me as
his
a
wife,
person. Why
right,
should that matter?
that's true.
wife says he's a real stud in bed. I mean, I can't verify that at all. But his wife boasts of him. She actually uses a nickname for him, like
I
something
know,
like
but Jim, what is the point in going into individual? Like, what I agree. The American public, with the way the
uh,
media is,
Steve.
mostly elects people on the basis of their persona and how popular they are and how
Well, how
charismatic
much
they
they
are.
manipulated you? I mean, Trump totally manipulated everybody. What are you talking about? The guy,
Yeah, so the
you're a
media.
New Yorker too. Come on,
Yeah.
this guy's a big New York bullshit
Oh, now
artist.
you're
Give me
going
a
to
break.
start talking about Trump again. Jesus Christ.
Well,
You're telling
Yes.
me
How
you're
can I
telling me
help you,
Gavin
son?
Newsom isn't like promoting himself?
I don't live in California. I don't live in California.
Yeah.
You do.
What New York mayor? What about the New York mayors? Did they
What
promote
about him? Well,
themselves
what
as
about the New
interesting
York
people?
mayors? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Who?
You're talking about the personality of politicians and criticizing
That's
them and
important.
saying they're stupid, they can't talk. But you
Well,
won't
that's
talk about Biden. You won't talk about
I
Kamala.
never liked Biden. I
Yeah,
never liked
okay. I
Biden.
don't hear you criticizing him.
Yeah, but I never liked him at
He
all.
Did
doesn't
you
have any
ever
power, so
criticize
why would you
Biden?
I
Did you
criticize him?
ever
what do you mean?
criticize Biden?
Yeah, sure.
Publicly, publicly, publicly.
I criticized Biden before I even met you. I criticized him when he was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee when he had Anita Hill up there.
Yeah, I know
And
that.
that was
Thank
one
you.
of to me that was a total joke what he did that
Another
day.
thing, and there's very little trivial gossip thing of talking about,
He was remember
somebody
all
said
right,
a dirty word,
what do
just
you mean
stop it.
someone said a dirty word? What are you talking about? If I call him a bastard, what's that's not a dirty word.
No, 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 no.
That's
When you
an
call,
expression
you're talking about what the woman said about the candidate. I'm forgetting her name.
about
Thomas,
Miller.
the black guy running for the Supreme Court, and she said, "Well, he asked me if that was a pubic hair on my bottle of Coke or something." Oh my God, he's not
Anita Hill
qualified.
Well, I
and
actually met her, Kenny. I actually met Anita Hill,
I don't care. So what?
and I shook her hand,
I'm related to
and
the
I
world.
said to her,
I'm a descendant of Jesus
"Thank you so
Christ.
much, Anita.
I can drop
Look,
names.
I
Don't
said,
drop
no,
names.
it's not a question of dropping names. I spent 4 days watching that stuff. I
Yeah,
was stoned the entire time
there you
watching it
go.
on
Qualified
TV,
observation.
and it was absolutely hilarious, particularly with Long Dong Silver when he came into the whole picture, because uh, Clarence was asking Anita Hill to watch the Long Dong Silver porn movies
Yeah.
as a way to get over on her. And I said, give me a break. I mean, I was watching
How
it
do
with
you
four other
find
friends.
out that that's what he did?
He actually said they said that under sworn testimony in front of the Senate.
Who said that?
Anita Hill said that.
Okay.
And like the whole thing was a
She
joke.
got it on tape. She got it on video.
It was
What?
on
What?
television. It was at the time of the hearings when
Did he
Anita
agree? Did
and
he?
Biden.
Jim,
He
What?
agreed
Jim,
that he said
What
it.
Daryl? No.
Jim.
What Daryl?
You've offended Ken, and you
What's
need
going
to
on? You're just being
calm
like
down
just a
because
typical
you
Joe
ain't
who gets
making
manipulated
you're
by the
not
media.
making
This guy
you're
is
not
not
going to make
qualified.
any.
Why? Because that woman accused him. How do we know she accused him? Did he agree? Did he admit? Did he confess? No, she said so.
Well, look at the chick who Trump raped
Now you're going back to
at Lord and
Trump.
Taylor. Look
Stick
at the
with
woman
Thomas.
that he raped in Lord and Taylor. She kept the sperm that the idiot ejaculated on her dress, and then they got the DNA of
No,
that
no, no.
later.
That's
Come
Clinton.
on.
That was Clinton and
No, no, no.
the girl he
That
had
was when
sex with.
Trump raped
That's
the
when he
girl.
gave in. when they said,
that was
"I've got your
another.
semen on
That
my
was
dress."
that was Monica Lewinsky. She pulled
Monica
that number
Lewinsky,
on him.
that's who
She
that
pulled that
was.
number on Clinton. So it's not,
Hello.
Yes,
Can we get
Bill.
back to something that makes
Yeah,
a
yeah, get some
difference?
there. Stop with this personal attack on people and
Ken,
talk
what do
about the
Not
you
personally
policy.
Ken,
attacking
what do
him.
you want?
I want
What
to
do
Which
you
talk
one is
about the
it?
want
policy.
America to
Talk
be?
about the policies.
Yeah,
What
well,
policies?
If a country allows immigrants to just come in and work, I think they do that in Saudi Arabia and other countries. They have the
yeah,
No,
Vietnamese
that's
come in
not true.
and
They
they
have a
use them
very
for
elaborate.
low level labor. And India has a caste system, very suppressive to, the caste when you're born. And it's not just the United States. I'm sure, and the Slavs were
Does that
slaves
make you
in
feel
Russia.
better? What are you
So
talking
no, the
about?
question is, you're saying, or you've said, all right, maybe I inferred something that you didn't imply.
No, just
You're
from right
saying
now.
that
How can
you're
how can
saying
I
that there were
talk to
15
Ken?
studies that said we have to have illegal aliens to work at
oh
low
yeah, oh yeah.
jobs
I
and
said
for
that. I
low
said that.
wages.
I said that. I said that. I'd be happy to create a bibliography of all those studies. I put them on my Facebook page.
That's fine, and you
They,
agree with them.
and no,
No,
I looked
that's the
for
fact.
Kenny.
Yep.
I looked for I actually would be happy to read studies that oppose the point of view, but there was one after the next, and all they did was say that this is crippling our economy. And here you have, and then you want to talk about Stephen Miller, who, as far as
No,
I'm
no, no,
concerned,
no,
is
no. You brought up Stephen
like
Miller,
no,
not me.
he's somebody who is
I
a
don't even know
complete.
who he is. I don't. Doesn't mean anything.
What he grew up in Santa Monica,
There you
so
go. You're going to go back, and he's
I
got a
mean, go
bad
back.
left foot, and he doesn't change his underwear every day. Will you
Wh-
stop this stuff?
What
Stop
are his
that.
Well,
Let's
policies,
talk about the
Ken,
Ken?
principles,
Ken,
the policies.
Kenny, one thing that happened to you, I think
What? Now you're going
you
to
have.
talk about me. I
No,
don't
yes.
change my underwear
Yeah,
every
no,
day. I'll admit it.
I think being on the local board of a Pacifica station and having to be on the national board of a Pacifica station had a deleterious effect on how you view all this.
Oh no, no,
Because
no, no, no. I was aware that I was in a nut house. I don't judge everybody on the basis of that. I've had experience working in nut houses. I know what
well,
what
but
it's
you
like.
were in a
Not
unique
everybody there
nut
was
house.
crazy, but it was
That was in a
overwhelming.
unique nut
I don't
house.
want to start talking about
All right.
Pacifica.
Well,
I'm just
but your
keep the
contrariness,
concentration on
you're sitting there
illegal
accusing me of
aliens.
Trump
Illegal
derangement too. Well,
aliens. The history of
yeah.
illegal
Yeah,
aliens in the
well,
United States.
yeah, well, okay, okay. The history, not okay. Well, illegal aliens in the United States. Hell, that goes back to landing in Jamestown in 1619, or living in,
No,
or
no, no. Come on. Just don't
1607, or living or
don't
landing
dive
in
back into
Plymouth.
400 years ago.
Well,
Of
like
aliens in the 20th century or the 21st century. Since 2020. Agree with them or not agree?
every single person I've ever met who's undocumented is a hardworking individual
Right.
who
And
is
they're working
raising
for
their
less
family.
money. They're
Well,
working for less money.
and then their kids come in here and they're born here, so they're under the 14th Amendment, which of course Trump wants to eliminate,
Now you're
and
back to
Steve
Trump
Miller wants to
again. You're back
eliminate
to
that.
Trump. Let's
No, no,
talk
it's not a
about
question of
Trump's
Trump.
wife. What do you think about his wife? Let's talk about that for a while.
What do you mean what I think about his wife? What does she have to do with any
Well, I
of
mean,
this stuff?
it's got nothing to do with immigration. So let's
Well,
waste the time talking about
look at
it.
her. She was brought in illegally.
There you go.
You want to talk about his wife? His wife comes in on a visa,
There you
works
go.
as a model. Quote, if you take your logic, oh my God, she was working as an undocumented person before they got her a visa. So she should have been ejected from the United States. Come on. Anybody who lives in an urban area of the United States always
That's
has
it.
seen
It's
people
Trump, Trump,
trying to
Trump,
work.
Trump, 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 Trump.
No, no,
That's
no. It has nothing to do with
that's the
Trump, Trump,
beginning
Trump.
and the end of everything. Trump.
No, 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 no. No, Trump is a
So, do
complete.
you agree that there should be illegal aliens working in the United States
Yeah,
because
I do.
we need the low
I do.
cost to
I
keep
do.
the
I
price
do.
of apples down?
I do. I do. All right?
You think
I do.
okay? You agree with it?
Yeah, I do. I do.
I don't disagree with it.
I do.
I'm not going to say whether I agree with it or not, but the point
I
is,
cer-
the United States has second
I
class
don't.
citizens that are the illegal aliens. They get by. They run away from ICE. They don't want to be deported. They have kids. They get free schools. They get this and that. And
Oh,
they
And they
stop.
pay
pay
Come
and they pay
on,
money
Kenny.
and they're taxpayers, Kenny. They don't
and they
get
pay
Social
tax. They
Security.
certainly
If
pay
they're
social tax.
undocumented, they pay into Social Security, but they don't get it because they're not citizens.
Uh-huh.
So who benefits from that? There's literally billions of dollars of money that comes
Why do
in
you
from
say
the quote.
they paid? Wait a second. Stop it. That's not realistic.
What are you talking
Illegal
about?
aliens get hired and are paid cash.
In
Stop
some
it. They don't,
case,
they're not
in
on a
some
W-2.
cases,
They're
oh
not on a
look, how many?
940.
Yeah, well,
Jim,
what?
Jim,
Stop it.
send
Jim,
him to
that's not the
study.
real
He's
world.
not going to hear you.
It's not the real world.
Send
You
him to,
got a
that's
guy, you
not
hire a guy to
Ken. You're
paint the
wrong.
apartment. No, I'm involved
You're
in it. I don't
wrong.
know. Daryl, have you ever
You're
hired
wrong.
anybody to work for you? Have you ever
Excuse me.
hired anybody from you know,
No, I have never been a capitalist. No.
yeah, you're not a capitalist. Okay, you're going to go to socialist heaven. Just stay pure. So
No, you
when you
asked me a
hire somebody,
question and
you
I
pay him
answered it and
cash.
you take offense. How do I
Don't
speak
pay
to
you
you so
pay him
that you don't
cash.
take offense?
If you want to deduct the services you got, then you say to the guy, give me an invoice. I'm going to send you a 1040 at the end of the year
Right.
that you're going to have to pay taxes on. That's a
Well,
reputable guy who's got a business card and he's,
well,
he's
guys will
and
get.
so forth.
Look, guys will
But
get.
if you're hiring a guy to clean the garbage out of the
Yeah,
back
of
of the
course
house
you're paying
or
him
to
cash.
help you move something, you
Sure.
pay him cash. Here's
Well,
another $20. You pay the guy cash. He's
right.
got some workers. You give them $20 because they did a good job and worked hard.
Well,
That's the tree trimmers. That's the garbage collect. Not the regular garbage collectors, but if you need somebody to move the furniture or fix this or put the molding on us, do a new floor, and they're illegal aliens, you're not going to pay them with a check, and you're not going to give them a
all
W
right.
two.
All right. Well,
You
okay.
pay them cash off the books.
All right. Well,
They don't
yeah.
pay
But
the Social Security.
by the way, the facts show that yes, there are a lot of a large number of them in the cash economy, but
Yeah,
then there are also a large number of them in the quote real economy.
yeah,
Okay.
maybe. I
So
don't
that
know that they pay taxes.
well, they do. Okay. Some of
Well, if
them
they have
do.
a phony Social Security number, are they going to pay
Well,
taxes?
all right, whatever. Well, then you have the question of how they are integrating themselves in the country. But look, this is ridiculous. Like, suppose your relatives, when they came from Europe into New York in the when did your family come? Late 19th century, early 20th century?
Grandparents,
Okay, when did they come in?
early 1900s,
Before the war, before First World War. Okay. So they were,
I think.
all right, well, so where in Eastern Europe did they come from? Or where in Europe did they come from?
Russia and Germany and
Russia. Okay, so Russia and Germany. Okay, so you have a big military.
that's my personal story. That's not the story of.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second.
I
You
know
have
every time they go, what would you do if your children were suffering? Come on, get real. If you're
well,
governing a
thank
country, you
God,
have to govern the country. You're
thank
not
God for
governing your
America.
family.
Thank God for America. We had millions of Jews come in the late 19th century in
Yeah,
America. Okay, thank God. And so,
I'm
but
not
they were
Jewish. I'm
treated.
a person. I'm not Jewish. I'm a
Look,
person.
yeah, but let's look at how they
Are
were
you a
treated.
Catholic?
Look at how they were
Are
treated.
you a Catholic American? I
Hell
don't know
no.
what your background is.
Hell no, I'm
Whatever
not
your
Catholic.
background is that who you are? Where your
No,
parents were born?
no, but that's part of my background. And
You're an academic.
part of my background is that
It's education.
I know how parts of my family were quote treated or integrated into the society.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what?
And some of it isn't particularly pleasant.
So
So
what?
what do you mean, so what? So
How does that affect you?
my grandfather,
Your grandfather and your
my
great grandfather and
no,
your
no,
great
no,
great
no, no, no,
grandfather.
no, no,
What's the
no.
difference?
No. You see, you want to sit
You're
there
not them.
and
You're not your
ignore.
parents.
You want to ignore the inhumanity of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't believe
And
you should consider people on the
to me,
basis
it's
of their
inhuman.
heritage.
To me,
I
it's
believe in the
inhuman.
Constitution of America. I
Yeah,
don't
well,
believe
I
you're
do too.
responsible for what your parents
I
did or
do too.
didn't
But
do.
the person you're defending doesn't. He pisses on it every goddamn day.
Who are you
And
talking about now?
I'm talking about your boy. Anyway,
Who?
I'm talking about your boy.
Who?
Who do you think I'm talking about?
Trump.
El Trumperino. Uh,
Trumperino. Back to Trump. I'm sorry. I apologize. There was like 10 minutes where you didn't mention his name. Go ahead.
No,
Tell
you're
me about
sitting
Trump's
there.
background.
Well, the entire policy that's going on right now to attack the 14th Amendment, to take birthright citizenship away, that is un-American, period. Un-American. It is,
Is it unconstitutional?
well, what's the 14th Amendment? The 14th Amendment was to uh, deal with the implications and the after effects of the Civil War and slavery in particular.
Right.
And you know, like Trump and guys like Stephen Miller, who you were trying, I don't know whether you were defending him or not defending him, but guys like him, I don't know what happened to him growing up in Santa Monica. I guess he got beaten up by people. I don't know. Uh, I know some parts of his family have rejected him. I think he has an uncle who's a Holocaust survivor. The guy said, you know, he lives in North Carolina. The guy said, I'm ashamed of my nephew. Uh, but you know, here's a guy.
One of his relatives used to be a barker at the carnival. Come on in, $5. See the woman with the
Well, so everybody has to make a dime somewhere. But anyway, so this guy is sitting there, uh, and probably has a excessive influence on Trump because he's such a loyal soldaten to Trump. He's just amazing. And but everything he talks about is, you know, the necessity to let's accelerate the deportation because his ultimate objective is to create you know, and he makes no bones about it. I mean, this guy wants to create a white nation dominance that goes back. It's some kind of mythos that some people thought of in terms of being Americans in the 18th century, 19th century, and 20th century. And this guy wants to reinvent it in some new kind of way that to me is just taking us backwards as a society. And
Okay.
so I just totally rejected out of
Okay,
hand.
so thanks. Okay, I understand. That's okay. You reject these people. I
No,
wanted to ask
they're
Daryl
to
the
be
same
they're to
question.
be they're to be
Daryl, do you
voted out
think
of
the
power.
country should run with a second class citizens of illegal aliens? Or should we have like a socialist utopia where everybody's equal and everybody gets the same opportunities? And it doesn't matter how they wound up here.
Oh, that's a ridiculous
So,
dissertation.
Daryl, what do you think? Is that something we should address? Why are these illegal aliens suppressed and, having to hide from ICE and they don't get paid and they have no security? They can't go to school, whatever the problem is with the illegals. Do you think it should be tolerated? Is it okay to have a two-tiered society? Looking in
You're
practicality,
asking Ken. You seriously asking Daryl McPherson? Is
yes,
it okay to have a two-tier society?
that's right.
You, you're really asking me that?
Yeah, I don't think I.
No, it is. It is not okay.
All
And
right,
I applaud you when you own your factory for paying above the minimum wage.
right. Okay. And I've used Guatemalan nannies. I don't, just who
Did,
told me
did
somebody
you
told
pay? Did you pay them
Grace paid them.
minimum wage?
Grace tends to pay people more than they. We had a cleaning lady from Mexico. Now she's an American citizen, but at the time, I don't know if she had a green card or
Does
not.
that mean that
And
she
we
doesn't
paid
come
her.
from Mexico anymore because she's an
We
American
paid her
citizen?
the same as if it was a cleaning service. Because my wife's like that. I'm a spendthrift or whatever you call it. I'm cheap, but she's like, make sure that you don't pay less to people just because they don't have the same background or status. So she doesn't believe in it of there being a two-tier system. I mean, we were paying like 200, well, 100 and then $120 a day, something like that, for cleaning the house, dusting and cleaning, or helping out when if we had a party.
Could you afford it?
I don't know because Grace handles all the books, not me. And it's okay.
Okay, so
So
what is
I
what is
consider it, and I have a friend who does this kind of stuff. I consider it a form of charity to pay people an honest wage when you could get away with paying them less. So I say, like, yes, but I like this person. So here, give her the money because I like them. I want to help them, make sure they get
so
paid for
it
what they're
isn't the
doing.
quality of their work that determines what you pay them.
Well, it's
It's
more than the
whether
work.
it's what you think,
No, no, no. It's
how
more than
you
the
feel
work.
about them. Is that it?
Well, honestly, like I have prejudice. I have prejudices. Like American.
Everybody has prejudices.
Yeah, I
So
think
what?
so. So based on my own personal experience. So the key thing you want when somebody's working in your space, in your house, whether they're doing repairs or cleaning or cooking or whatever, you have to trust them that they're not stealing the jewelry, that they're not doing some covert thing or selling drugs to people or something in the house. You have to have trust and reliability. That's what, and they're not getting in fight. Like, when they senior care people, they find a person who's in charge of taking care of older people. They find out they're roughing them up because they won't shut up, so they slap them around or something. That's bad. So you have to have somebody who's not only competent but trustworthy and reliable, and isn't there to take advantage, but is there to help out. In other words, they're kind of like part of this family. So but that's another. Now I'm talking about personal experience. So I understand. That's what I would have thought you would say. You would never agree to there being a double standard citizenship or participation in a society. But I don't agree, because I think it exists in all societies that there are going to be people who are below standard, that are going to be, you're going to hire them as doorkeepers. What's the name? What are the biggest Walmarts? They hire old 75-year-old people to be greeters. So all they go is, hi, welcome to Walmart. Hi, welcome to Walmart. They're not doing
Willie
that.
Mays.
So they're
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays. Okay. So you get, and then
Joe Louis.
Joe Louis is a boxer, right?
He was a greeter in Atlantic City.
He was.
So was Willie Mays.
Okay, great. So then you
Until they
get
decided that the
places where,
casinos, wait a minute.
go ahead.
Until they decided the casinos were corrupting the sport.
Uh-huh.
And so they had to lose their job.
Mm-hmm. I don't know the history of that. I don't know. I
I'm
don't
not
follow baseball.
suggesting that you do. That's why I'm sharing with you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to understand how you think so I can have an intelligent conversation with you,
Well,
because
you're
I don't
gonna,
understand a country that is as wealthy as this country is,
yeah,
in which people on the lower income levels defend to the death
yeah.
the people who are holding their labor in in stock
I think
and
that's
gold. Go ahead.
because that to me is a classic statement from Marxism. If a guy sells a product for $20, but he's only paying you $2 for making it, he's a criminal, because that's what's wrong with
Excuse me,
capitalism.
Ken. Ken,
Yeah.
depends on what the law states. You can't call him a criminal.
Well, the Marxists do. What's his name?
That's not true.
Wait a second. The
That's
social.
not true.
All right. I'm sorry I used the word. I'm not allowed to say Marxism. Social
No, that's
Democrats
not.
say that Bernie
Hello.
Sanders. Bernie Sanders says that every fucking day, whenever he starts to talk. There's the rich people, these billionaires, and this guy's living paycheck to paycheck. It's not fair. This guy is guilty. He's a billionaire.
Is that fair?
Huh?
Is it fair that people are living paycheck to
Well, I
paycheck,
just said,
turning against
if
one
a
another?
guy sells a product for $20, you think it's not fair that the worker who made the product only gets paid 5?
It depends on two things.
Well,
One,
you're gonna have a judgment about what is okay and what isn't. But it could be bad, and maybe it could be okay. But you're gonna have a person, a bureaucrat, who's gonna say, well, this is okay and that's not. Because you don't want to have a free economy where this guy can sell the product for whatever he gets, and he can pay the worker whatever he can get away with. That's more like free capitalism.
and that's how you believe this economy runs.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying it happens. If you take 1,000 people, I don't care if they're all priests or rabbis or saints or Marxists or whatever. You take 1,000 people, you're going to get somebody embezzling money. You're going to get a pedophile. You're going to get somebody who hates everybody. And you're going to get some really sweet people who are very empathetic and trying to make everything get better. Because there's a range amongst any group of people. It's a bell curve. There's good and there's bad. If we don't live in a utopia where everybody's equal, the only place you get everybody's equal is in a video game, maybe, or on a chessboard. And even then, one or two pawns can stay standing more than other ones. They fall over automatically. Because in the world where there's a large collection, there's a variety within that collection. They're not all equal. You know, in aggregation, you could say they have common characteristics, but amongst them, the individuals are different. One individual is not the same as another. It's like the phrase, they broke the mold when they made him. I'm sure you've heard that somewhere.
Yes.
The guy's different, and they broke the mold when they made him. So the people, because for whatever it's DNA or life experience or the gods above anointing you, you get different behavior from different individuals. But definitely, we don't live in a utopia, and I don't expect you would, because examining all the life forms on this planet, the majority of activities are prey going after, excuse me, uh, uh, you know, people, eaters.
Hunters going after prey.
Yeah, yeah. What was the word? Dangerous animals going after prey. Every day they look, fish, there's fish on the bottom of the ocean that sit there and wait all day. There's whales who travel around, what can I eat? Where can I eat? What's next? They eat each other. That's the nature of the societies of everything living, including trees. The roots go out and take over and knock out the neighbors so that they can grow there. There's competition throughout the planet, living things, competition. Of course, on YouTube, you see wonderful things where a tiger takes in a kitten as if it was its own baby and nurses them and everything. Cross species affection. You see that, and it exists. There's no doubt about it. There's so many times when a human being takes an animal out of the trap, and they release him, and then the animal comes back to thank them and sees them 5 years later and says, "Oh, so glad to see you," because there's spirit and there's lots of good qualities to people, but occasionally maybe it's a virus or something, whatever it is. You get defaults, you get corruption, you get abuse, you get exploitation. It's a normal characteristic of any species, and especially human beings. And so you could say, honestly, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with the concept to say that a majority of the heads of the billionaires are sons of bitches. That they're walking on other people's
Why,
achievements.
why are you denigrating dogs?
I'm not denigrating dogs.
You just said they're sons of bitches.
Oh, that's just a phrase.
Okay.
Hey, great. So they're sons of humans.
Yeah.
So,
That's
I know my father used to say, people are bastards. Dogs you can trust. That's what he used to say, because we used to have a dog, and they were loyal and friendly, and they don't bite you, and they
for the most part, you probably got it right.
he's probably got it
However,
right.
the
So,
people who are acting counter to the group that they live with have had in in my experience, in most instances, have had a very negative experience with the people who they live with.
you mean that their misbehavior is based on personal experience?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
And once
but you get exceptions to that. The most disadvantaged or suffering person we know of is, oh, now the name get away. She was blind, deaf, and dumb. Uh,
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
right? How did she
Yeah.
go on?
Helen Keller.
How did she go on?
She was a socialist
Well, whatever it is, she went on. Or like
and contributed more than
then
people who were quote unquote able bodied.
there you go. Why did Jackie Robertson suffer the indignities he did and persist until he finally was recognized and acknowledged and opened up an activity for a whole cadre of, of associates, of all the people, of all the African Americans who were in the minor leagues and they couldn't get into the major leagues. But he acted as a hero and sacrificed, took a chance. He could have been killed easily in a car accident or something. So, so he was courageous. And you have that, and it's, it's good.
And it killed him.
It killed him.
Yeah. What age did he die at?
I don't know, but I do know that
56 heart attack.
well, there you go. I don't know what caused it. But anyhow,
Well,
he killed him, so he died
when
as a martyr, okay? But what he
no,
accomplished,
Ken,
yeah,
back up.
yeah.
We're not talking about martyr. He did it for the money,
All
you
right.
know? But that's not the point. The point is, what right, quote unquote, do these immigrants have who are currently running the country to determine what the next wave gets to experience? So the horror thought that I have is, did you see the news last night by any chance talking about the invasion of North Carolina and the bastardization and the using of the children's story Charlotte's Web? Did you see
Now, I just
anything
know
about
that
that?
ICE or somebody is going to North Carolina.
Right. They were in North Carolina,
Yeah, they're in
in
there,
Charlotte,
and there was a riot.
and they took a citizen of the United States. Now, this isn't a Barack Obama
Yeah,
violation here, but the guy's getting ready to go to work. He gets in his car. They bash in his window. They
yeah, yeah,
drag him out,
yeah.
and but he's a citizen.
So what? It's one guy. So somebody
Oh,
fucked up.
oh, okay.
It's one guy. It's
One
somebody
guy.
fucked up. It makes news. Every day, news comes up and says, a 7-year-old girl is stuck in a well. We have to stop everything and get her out. They tug
And
at
if it's
your
a
heart. Tug
if
at
it's
your
a
heart.
young girl of European descent, more than
Yeah.
likely it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and that's what gets covered. And they're using personal experience to manipulate emotion to get leaders.
People to buy the sausage and the pizza that they're
That's right. There you
advertising
go.
during the game.
And it works. You can't say it
Oh,
doesn't work
okay.
because
Well,
otherwise advertising companies wouldn't be making so much money.
all right. So
Propaganda
then,
works.
how do we address that then?
Oh, I personally believe is to educate and individuals, have more and more educated individuals who have conquered the traps of society and have come out as independent thinkers. That's
And how does that is that coming out of the school systems?
not in this country, no. I don't know where. I know what I did or whatever, but I don't know what countries have good systems, but not this country, no. This country currently is pushing you after, reasonable observation, we can figure out in which ways you've been exploited and you've been made taken advantage of and you are a victim. That's what a lot of the current systems have been pushing.
And
And
then what?
and then they gather those as a sort and say, therefore, you should support this political party, which is going to bring us to the what's the word? I forget. Utopian society where everybody is the same and we all love each other and nobody is hungry and nobody is bored and everybody lives maybe forever. But there's always more room. So we're not worried about the fact that people are living to be 260 years old. And nobody has to have children because everything's being done in a test tube. So if we need more population, we just grow them. Who knows whatever utopian society they have that they're pushing. So that's what I seems to be going. We just see it in certain movies where they kind of take a theme like that and push it to its logical or illogical conclusion. But I'm not I don't have the mental intelligence or certainly the social charisma to create any effect like that. And also, I think it's better for most of us to just pay attention to our immediate spheres instead of saying, the world is bad and we have to solve all the problems in the world. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day and say, I'm sick of talking about China. And she says, what the people in Hong Kong, they deserve to be free. The people in South Korea are free. The people in North Korea don't even know what that means. What are we going to do about that? And I'm going like, how's your daughter doing? What about your sister? I heard she needs help. What about the guy down the street?
Right on.
When's the last time you knocked on his door and said, "Hey, I brought you some apple pie"? It's better to do that.
You're right. I would agree with you. I don't know if you're right or not. I would
I
agree
don't
with
know
you.
if you never know if you're right. You can get in trouble for trying to help people. That's for sure. That's typical. There's a phrase that used to be popular in KPFK. No good deed
We'll
goes
go unpunished.
undamaged.
No, unpunished.
Yeah, yeah. No good deed goes unpunished. So, that's understandable. That's because it's one of the characteristics that goes on. So that you experience sometimes. But the thing is, and I think you have to spend time enjoying yourself, whatever that is,
Always.
drawing, walking. Uh, I just went for a walk in the park that's close by here that I need to get some space. You go out in nature, it's nice to see the aesthetics of the trees and the hills, but it's also your ability to look at something that's not 20 feet away, but that's like 2,000 feet away, a hill or a building or something. You need to experience space. Like if you take the idea of being locked up in a prison, I have a lot of empathy for prisoners. I've been getting more empathy for prisoners because of certain shows I've been watching. Can you imagine being locked up in a cell that's like 4 feet by 6 feet or some kind of crazy thing like that?
Yep.
Even if it's only,
Unfortunately,
yeah,
yes.
even if it's only 80% of the day or it's like I don't know why they don't have just an overrun epidemic of suicides. I mean, it's like it's torture. So but think of that.
They do okay. They don't do as well as the military, but they're
But let's say you're in a coffin or whatever it is, or a polio container thing, and then
iron lung, you
the
mean?
opposite is to be on the top of a hill looking at the hill, the whole country below, so forth. Not being in an airplane. An airplane, by example, is actually uh, an enigma between the two because you're in the can and it's a little bit claustrophobic, because you can't get out and you're looking down at the whole earth. You can look at complete expanse of space, but you're in a can. So it's like a contradiction. But anyhow, so now we're talking about normal life, and those factors may be more important than how much somebody gets paid or whether or not they're allowed to vote. I just think it's idiotic when people want to get China to be democratic. Why? What do you care? What do you care? They're not going to let it, whether it's a communist country or a democratic country, you're going to be run by an elite group of people who fought their way to the top and will eliminate anybody who threatens them. Even if it's a democracy, they'll get elected and elected and elected like Putin is. And, and so, what was the point I was getting to on that? Oh, yeah. So with China, the big advantage in China was since Nixon, they went from poverty and degradation up to becoming a second class, second world country, and now a first world country. So the people are eating, and the people are driving cars, and the people live in buildings, and the people go to the movies, and they go for vacations, and they come to America, and they travel around the world. You'll go find them in Europe at a place like Prague or Paris, and you've seen them wherever you live. Let's say in New York, you've seen a lot of Asians, tourists, right? Taking pictures. They're always taking pictures. And you see them walking around, and they go to the Empire State Building or Central Park or wherever, or they go to the High Line, or they go to the East Village. They don't spend that much time in Chinatown. They go look, they're tourists. So those people come from China, a country there where everybody was starving to death or being killed. And now they're prosperous. And that is much, much more important than their having a democracy. Okay, it's immediate and it matters. Before they died, they had a chance to experience a more diverse, interesting life. Then, they made me feel good because they voted for a president. And if you know the Chinese people, if you go there, you're going to find out any kind of a political system that currently exists. They do vote for local positions like mayors and stuff. But you find out that it's mostly what do you call that? Family oriented nepotism. To
Nepotism,
vote
yeah.
for somebody with the same last name, or somebody they know, or their boss or something. It's got nothing to do with occasionally somebody will come up with a policy and they're arguing, and that's a country that's got vast violations of human rights. That the concept that comes from the UN of like their ice they've captured Uyghurs.
Tibet and the
Tibet.
Uyghurs
Yeah, you got Tibet. That's right.
and Falun Gong.
And the Uyghurs and the Falun Gong, and they're doing organ transplants, and they whatever, they sometimes kill or jail people that are in opposition. So they have a lot of human rights things. But on the other hand, it's 1.5 billion people, not a million, 1.5 billion people. That's a lot of people. So now, they got millions of people that are living better lives. That's the most important thing. Oh, I saw it. I could show you. You could find it on YouTube. They built an enormous solar cell operation somewhere out in the desert. And the reason they built it there was because it had the highest amount of daylight in China. And initially there were some problems because it was a desert. There was no water. There was nothing. But what happened was they put the solar cells like on a stilt facing, at an angle, and the shade underneath all of these things, it covered, miles and miles, and the shade eventually, without any intervention, plants started surviving underneath the shade. And this is in the middle of the desert. So there's a limited amount of water that rained in the desert. It got preserved because the solar cells were blocking the sun underneath them. So the whole area went from desert to green. Shocking. And this is enough cells. I don't remember the square footage, but it was enough cells of solar energy to function for a city that had 10 million people, something like that. That's what they said. It was on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So that's China. So that's bringing sanity to society. It's making things better for the daily experience of life. Or you're living in New York. Have you ever gone on the High Line?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's a positive thing.
Before
Huh?
before the High Line was the High Line.
Okay. Before it was the railroad thing, but that project, which was not done by the city, you think?
No, it's done by individuals who wanted to keep it in place in the context that the city was going to knock it down.
Right, and they did it as a philanthropic thing, as a gift to the population and to visitors. And it's a wonderful, interesting, it's unique the first couple of times you go up there before you get used to it. And then they did another project, the same group of people. There's some millionaire or billionaire. He did the what's called the Little Island. Have you been there?
No.
It's like 13th Street.
13th Street out in the river, right?
on Hudson River, yeah, and it's like, again, a philanthropic project, a
I
place.
think you want. I think you want to check it out. The people who did the High Line didn't have a lot of money.
Well, whatever it was.
They wrote. They raised a lot of money.
Okay, so the little island is a non-commercial, another thing like the High Line. There's a little bit of, you can get a ice drink, or Italian ices or something on the High Line. There's one place, but and the same thing with the little island. There's some place you get a cup of coffee, but basically it's non-commercial, and they have events there and music and dancing, but it's like a botanical garden on the river,
Mm-hmm.
and it's very intriguing. And you go here and you get a great view of the river, and you go here and you see this and that, and boats go by. So it's like, hey, I went on vacation. I didn't have to leave the city. I just went to the little island. And every time they do that, that makes life a little better. And if you go for a walk on, well, you live in the Bronx, but if you go for a walk on Hudson River, you'll see there's people
Two
jog.
eighteen West 10th Street.
Yeah, they.
I'm stranded in the Bronx, but theoretically, I live at 218 West 10th Street.
Oh, really? Okay. So you go to the Hudson River, you'll see people jogging up and down or riding bikes.
Yeah.
And there's little parks, sub parks, uh,
Yep.
on the Hudson. And so, and then down there, the ferry, I forget what it's called. The park,
Bowling Green.
Battery Park, Bowling Green, whatever. It's like it adds, it's almost a spiritual thing to the quality of life, because it's associated with nature, much more, I think, than a project like that. I forget what they call it, the new station that was built after 9/11. It looks like the inside of a,
Hudson Yards? No.
no,
Okay.
it looks like
Oh, you're talking about the train station?
yeah, with all those subways
Mm-hmm.
coming in. So it's
I
okay.
haven't. I work down there, and I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've ever even been in that station.
Yeah, okay. You probably never.
Yeah.
Did you ever take a ferry anywhere besides going to Staten Island?
No, I haven't.
Well, you should go on the ferries. The price on the ferry is the same as the subway, and you can take a ferry to Rockaway,
Brooklyn and
Brooklyn, Jamaica, Queens.
Long Island City.
Yeah, so you
You
can.
pay a little bit of money, you can go all the way down to what is it? The High Line in New Jersey. Where is it?
I don't know. Oh, the Jersey lines are different. But anyhow, so the New York City ferry system is that. So I was starting to talk about this stuff in terms of like where somebody comes along and says politics, 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 and I'd say like, yeah, but making the place better, make sure that you're growing food, that people are eating, that they can travel, that they can something is interesting, they can have sports, they can have a vacation, they get some time off, they can sing and dance and watch movies or whatever, you know,
Bread and Roses.
and that's good. That's more important than
And
politics.
what I'm saying to you is, I find it absolutely disturbing
Yeah,
that with 100 billionaires living in New York City,
yeah,
and if you educate a child, you feed a child, you clothe and house a child, it's much cheaper than having a young adult ending up in some kind of a prison situation.
yeah. Well, that's
So, which would you rather do? Spend $5,000 to do away with the homeless population among children in New York? Or do you want to spend $63,000 per person to house them on
I've heard
Rikers
it
Island?
stated 1,000 times. It doesn't matter how much you spend. It depends on the development of the individual. Is the individual managed in a way that makes him self-efficient or
It
self-reliant?
costs $5,000 to do that.
Doesn't cost money. It costs
That's not true.
Costs participation. You can dress the kid up. It doesn't do shit. You got to get the kid to become competent and responsible.
I'm not suggesting that part of your argument is incorrect. What I'm suggesting is I put out a fact which you could look up, and you toss it away because it doesn't fit into whatever it is you want to believe. And if
No,
that's
no,
what you
no, no,
want to
no.
do,
I've seen
that's fine.
rich people with kids, and some of them came out
I'm not saying that.
some of them
I
came out
thoroughly
as
agree
drug
with you.
addicts, and some of them came out as useless infant. Don't do anything. Stay home and play video games. It isn't the
That's
money; it's the
that's
upbringing.
that's because yes, exactly.
So it's the Boy Scouts. It's things like that. It
I
isn't.
don't know
It
about the
isn't
Boy Scouts.
spending money. It's what's the traditions.
I didn't
Guys,
say just spending money.
well,
I said
you
if
said
you had a
these guys got
choice.
money. Why can't they spend it to help these poor people?
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
I said I don't understand
Oh.
their thinking in the context that an educated person would bring more money into the city and would actually reduce their taxes. I don't want them to pay any more taxes. Give me a loan. Mikey Bloomberg has somewhere in the
Okay, so give
neighborhood
me an
of,
example where this has been done successfully.
give you an example of where it's been done. The what is it? City? Uh, it's either Children's Village or something like that in Harlem.
Uh-huh.
They're.
There was a guy who did a project in Harlem. I can't remember his
Let me
name.
look it up.
Very successful. All of the kids got into Ivy League colleges. And what they did was they fed them and they educated the kids and they educated the parents so that
Right.
the parents became reliable members of society and had a good, and started reading books themselves and had a better vocabulary and raised the kids. And there was no capital punishment between the parents and the children. And they got all the medical retreats, and they didn't allow the kids to get on drugs and so forth and so on. So he took control of the whole life, not just in school, but what did you do out of school? And that was expensive, but it led to nearly 99% success. The other one was they made a movie about this Latino guy who said, Mexicans invented numbers, and he said he didn't have a standard that you're too stupid to do this, and he taught them how to do mathematics, and they won all the
Stand and deliver.
stand and deliver. So they,
Timey,
yeah, yeah.
whatever.
So that's the formula. That's the formula. And I agree with that. And you get the children participating in a game that has more survival aspects to it than the street games, you know. And
Okay,
so,
so why isn't that happening?
well, part of that is you got to eliminate the threats. Uh, Criminal activity can be very, very threatening. I used to live in list, let's call it a Latino neighborhood called in East LA. And if somebody was doing graffiti and I saw him doing the graffiti, I'd say, well, that looks pretty good. Because I don't know what he's going to come at me with a razor blade. And I don't know what he's going to do coming at my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Very fucking dangerous. We all, the car got shot up and stuff. And there's all kinds of stuff going on
What year was that?
because they're criminals,
What year was that?
drug dealers.
What year was that?
I think 15, 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Living in East LA. It was a great neighborhood, and we had some good neighbors. And we had other guys, tattoos. It all goes with a certain kind of culture. Now tattoos are very middle class, or everybody's got fucking tattoos all over the place, and it's kind of like a Gen Z thing or something. I don't know what it is, and so it's not just a guy or something. It's all the women have and everything. But in any event, it was like tattoos, drugs, or alcohol, and the fentanyl and the other drugs and cocaine, you know, and it doesn't get addressed. And it's, when it gets to be a thing that's so ubiquitous, using a big word, that it has the apparency of like, there's nothing you can do about it. Everybody's smoking pot. You can't stop that. You got to legalize it. So what are you going to do? You can't. You can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about these things because everybody's smoking pot. And I don't mean just the kids, the fucking professors. Everybody's smoking pot. Everybody I know is smoking pot, and they're still smoking pot. And it's there, gives them that. And because they're smoking pot and it used to be illegal, they're more tolerant of other drugs. They say, well, I was smoking pot, but I know a guy who was, smoking hashish or taking and snorting coke. So, but I'm not going to be judgmental because I was smoking pot all the time, and once in a while I took some cocaine. You know, it's got some values. So you had that throughout the fucking society, and then on top of that, you got 40% of the population. I'm making that number up, but it's probably correct. On prescribed psychotropic drugs like Xanax or I've forgotten the names, whatever the popular antidepressant drugs.
Understood.
So everybody's like pseudo personalities. They're like substitute personalities. How are you doing? Well, since I changed my prescription, life's been a little bit better. I'm not that depressed all the time. And that's 40% of the population. And when they get, they didn't get their drugs, then they're cranky like a woman during her period, and it's sort of like, it's too much. It's too big a scene to handle. We can't handle it. There's nothing you can do about it. And I hear that a lot from certain activists. What can you do? You can't stop the illegals from coming in. What are you going to do about the drugs coming over here because the people are buying them? There's nothing you can do about it. And
It's
what are you
not
gonna
true.
do about the gunfires?
all of once you claim the inability to take action,
Yeah,
then that's where you are.
that's right. But
And
you can
so
you can
why would you see
example.
that?
You can give
Why
me
would you see that simply because that's the way it looks at the moment?
well.
What tools are you being given to
Nobody's
change your
going to give you
situation?
anything. Nobody's going to give you anything. You have to get it.
That's not true.
If they're going to give you shit, you can't rely on it
No, I
because of
didn't say.
the
Once again, Ken, because of your
yeah,
experiences, there are certain words that when I say them trigger a response
yeah.
that has zero to do with what I'm talking about.
Okay, so when you say why aren't people,
When I say
let's say
if
the taxes. People say, under Eisenhower, the highest tax was 90%. So why? Oh,
you
so
believe the Everly brothers paid 90%
in England,
of their income in
where
taxes?
in the U.S., I don't know.
Yep. No, right here. Everly brothers.
Okay, so there you go. Spencer just joined us. So anyhow,
Because that's what it was.
yeah. So now, so you could
Now,
say
why did it change?
why
Is
did
that
it
what you're
change?
asking?
Changed it, and what was it? Why can't we get back to that? Because everything was better then, and everybody.
I didn't think so. And I lived through that.
Okay, you wouldn't go back to 90%,
I
but
don't want to go back anywhere.
yeah. Okay,
There's
so
nothing there.
you can't go
I want
back.
to know what I'm doing right now to make my life and everyone around me a better human being.
Okay, okay, great. So now let's go. Let's just drop all of this. You and I have a real interest in this stuff, and in this whole discussion, neither one of us mentioned any particular political figure. and their incompetence or their competence. We didn't mention, no name calling of anybody and like, this guy's an idiot and look what he did and his
So what, you want a gold star?
Oh, I'm just saying, Daryl and I can have a conversation like that without getting into that. So let's go, to Jim, is there something you wanted to talk about? Because now we got
Julian here. Well,
new
Daryl,
member here. Julian is here.
I'd like to hear what you thought about the American Revolution stuff so far.
Oh, yeah. Alex wrote a thing that he was really concerned about, the guy who does it, Ken something.
Ken Burns, yeah, he was upset about the
He's
French.
sticking with only one major reference for history, and he's not going with a standard guy or other guys. Did you read what Alex wrote, Jim?
Yeah, I did, but Alex hasn't seen the whole thing yet.
Okay. So what's your viewpoint on it? And then we'll go to Julian.
Well, I'd like to hear what Daryl. I'd like to hear what Daryl thinks.
Yeah, Daryl, what did you think of
Julian may not be able to get it in Canada.
Daryl?
He can if he's slick. All he has to do is get passport.
Well,
Jim,
I'm
all
not
he has
sure.
to do is join and get passport. How are you doing, Julian?
Hey, Daryl, how you doing? I'm doing fine.
Can't wait till you become the 51st state.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, and then we're gonna make you have socialized medicine.
At least I can get out. Right now, Julian, I am homeless without decent medical coverage for what I need. It's great for them. They can make a lot of money on this body. And watching the American Revolution, in which the United States failed to make you the 51st state when it made sense.
I don't know. There's still 2.5 years. Well, yeah, three and
Hey,
a half.
I think you guys can hold out. I mean, especially if you use your name to the max.
Well, hopefully Venezuela will keep Washington's attention long enough that we'll be forgotten.
The George, the George Washington, the Gerald R. Ford is costing a whole bunch of money, and no one is explaining to me how that's going to keep a drug boat. They can't even get to Trinidad. It's beyond me. I don't. I gotta call. I gotta learn how to write so that I can communicate with my commander in chief of
Oh,
the Department of War. What
okay.
you been up to, man?
I've got to, let me go into this. I'm sorry, I hog the mic a little bit here. Daryl, if they didn't stop the boats from, let's say they were going to just arbitrarily Jamaica or Puerto Rico, and then they give it to another guy and he brings it into the States, okay? If you started to intercede from when it was coming out of Puerto Rico, you wouldn't get back to the source because you wouldn't know because it's coming out of Puerto Rico. So then you just forget about the fact that it's coming from Venezuela, and just let's catch it later in the chain. Later in the chain, they'll go to another place. If you start catching it coming out of Puerto Rico, and then they'll go to Jamaica or Dominican Republic or something, they'll go to another island, and that can get them to Florida, or where they can put it on another boat and get to Florida. So then, that's all. They're trying, if you're going back to Venezuela, you're going a little bit earlier on the train. They don't make your drugs in Venezuela, but they seem to be handling the majority of the distribution into the US.
That's not true.
It's not true that they're handling majority of the distribution. Well, that's what the CIA says, so I don't know.
No, that's not
Uh,
true. That's why I'm saying it's not true.
Okay.
Because
Let's look
anyone
that up.
anyone who's looked at the studies, come on, man, do a little bit of searching. You find out that uh what was the guy's name who was the adjutant for Colin Powell?
Who, Wilkerson?
Len, yeah. He
Wilkerson.
said that they were told many, many, many years ago, you screw up the drug traffic in the Pacific Ocean, you could stop that traffic flowing and it's going to end up going through Mexico, and it's going to be a whole lot more devastation for Mexico than anything that's going on in the United States. This is the first thing. Second thing is, you want to stop the drugs coming into the United States? You ain't invaded Ecuador, are you? Hello, Ken.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about Ecuador?
Well, that's the point. You're saying it's not coming from Venezuela.
No, here I got a map. Let me share the screen here.
Go ahead.
Not to mention Colombia.
All right, so here's a map. This is a couple of years old. But as you can see, now does it list the percentages of how it's coming in? And basically, this is 2019, so it's 6 years ago. 6 years ago. So here you have
They don't have
tens-
anything coming from South America. It's all from Mexico.
Well, no, it must be coming in. Well, we know it is. There's some stuff coming in, and perhaps they're shipping it into
Not
those
on this
countries.
map. Not on this map.
But I think one of the vessels that was blown up, one of the survivors said they had coke in there instead of fentanyl. But so here you have, it looks like in this case, it's coming in from Mexico. What's for? Powder fentanyls are cut and further processed for smuggling. Powder fentanyls are processed and mixed with heroin. That's coming directly to the United States. Processed fentanyls are processed and mixed with heroin sold in the Canadian drug market. So Canada gets, according to this map, they're getting most of it from Asia. And then fentanyls in powder form sent by the mail. I don't know if they probably have ways to intercept it in the mail these days. But 90%. Okay, so currently China remains the primary source of fentanyl as of 2019. Mexico, they're increasingly producing quantities of fentanyl. I mean, it could change. It could, who knows? It might be, shifting production into Latin America as opposed to Mexico. Um, this is a DEA intelligence report. From India. Interesting. So they're shifting from India and China, shifting production from China to India. Yeah, so it's a pretty volatile, dynamic situation with the amount of drugs coming in from different sources. Let me look at other stuff. I mean, I think they were talking about facts about fentanyl. Okay, here.
Right.
Right.
So, I mean, as soon as you start searching Google, it says that this is a thing. It's mostly cocaine coming from Venezuela. Venezuela is more focused on facilitating shipments rather than producing drugs.
Well, I would assume they still produce coke.
Yeah, but that they're transporting.
I'm just looking at fentanyl now. Now here they're saying how it comes in. This is when was this done? In 2025. So this is relatively recently. So here it's coming in according to this estimate. Cargo containers, vehicles, people bringing it in, most of it. And yeah, I mean, sure, I've driven into Mexico through San Diego. It's amazing to go into Mexico and all the, all the port of entry. My God. Fentanyl seizures by, ports of entry mainly, checkpoints, vehicle stop. So yeah, so that gets into an interesting question. Like, has there been a shift of international uh, smuggling to Venezuela? That's an interesting question.
Well, I would think, I mean, I concur that Trump's trying to ramp it up to where he could take some military actions against Venezuela and change,
Well,
change the president.
yeah, I agree. I mean that.
Get rid of
Okay.
Maduro, right?
Oh yeah. Okay. So here's a BBC thing. This is from just a couple of months ago.
He's waiting for there to be a counterattack. And that'll do it.
Well, he could be indeed introducing a covert operation.
Yeah,
That's for sure. So here is a BBC study on the fentanyl issue. So it's basically arguing that most of it comes in from Mexico.
Yep.
Let's see.
A lot of it comes out of Canada.
Well, I don't know if they get. I think the majority of it comes in from Mexico, though. I mean, because so they're smuggling it into Canada. But here you go. So here's the seizures: southwest border, coast, northern border. Okay, so there's certain. So the northern border is really insignificant. That's Canada. Um, yeah, it's relatively insignificant. The southwest border coming in from Mexico.
Why not treat the people who are using it?
Oh, have you ever worked in that field?
I've been around that, yes.
Well, I worked in it for about 4 or 5 years. And, counseling drug addicts, and you get a certain amount of recidivism as soon as they go back to their old environment.
Why are you
Come on,
allowing
take
them
your
to go
time.
back to their old environment?
Oh, because you can't necessarily imprison them.
Because you don't need to imprison them. You need to open up. You need to expose them.
Okay, have you ever worked with any drug addicts?
Yeah, what years were you doing that, Kenny?
My 20s.
No, what years?
I don't know.
60s?
70s, 60s, 60s and 70s.
Gee
Well-
whiz, right around the same time I was doing it.
You know.
I'm talking about doing the drugs. I'm not talking
We
about
had a
doing.
lot of successes, but occasionally you have
But you weren't putting any money into it, Ken, and they weren't using the top skill set in order to address people who they didn't particularly care for to begin with.
No. You're coming along with a psychological analysis. Everybody
What
has a
else
different
can you do
case.
with a person who's
Individuals have
psychologically ill?
different cases. Individuals have different cases and different phenomena, and usually they're taking the drugs for different reasons. You can't come up with one formula.
I didn't say there was one formula. I said that there hasn't been one. I haven't seen any evidence in which stopping the flow of the chemical people use in order to cope with a crappy life has ever made a difference in the overall health and wealth of the society. Usually it brings about
Well, I know
more insanity.
they've stopped it in China. I know in some Scandinavian countries they made it all legal. And so you can take an example of what level of what type and level of deterrent or
I'm not down for the Mao method.
Well, look,
I don't think the Mao method is what I'm looking for.
Like Kenny, when you graduated from high school, was there a lot of heroin use in your high school at Brooklyn Tech?
No.
All right.
Wait, excuse me. Outside of myself.
No, I'm talking about in your high school. No,
nobody else was using drugs.
All right. What about you, Daryl? In '66, when you graduated, were there a lot of people doing drugs?
Yeah.
In 1966.
Yes, I graduated in 1966, and yes, I was doing alcohol. I don't think I got into the.
You didn't get into heroin, though, right?
To psychedelics until I knew better than that.
Yeah, exactly. See,
only in the context that when I went over to Thailand, I did. That would have been 68, and I didn't get into it. I tasted it once. I said, "This is heaven. I'm in hell. I don't need to be messing around with heaven."
Right.
But almost everybody who worked the flight line, I would say a good 5-6% of the people who worked the flight line in where was I? In Udorn, were doing Red Rock.
Red Rock was what they were packaging as a skag?
No, yeah, it was Red Rock heroin.
Yeah, Red Rock heroin. Okay. When I graduated from high school, there were a few
Everybody was
people. Well,
doing.
there were a few people doing heroin in '66. A few, not many. At least in my high school. One guy was thrown out of high school in my sophomore year. Then everything changed dramatically in the next 2 years. And now I had good friends of mine who OD'd in their use of heroin. By 1968, 67, I knew people who were ODing. But when I was in junior high school, that was when they had made a big deal about crushing a whole bunch of people addicted to heroin. But at that point, people were doing airplane glue and things like that in
Yeah,
1963 in junior high school. And
Carbona.
you'd come into a public high school in New York City, and all these guys would have their heads in paper bags because they were sniffing airplane glue. And but then when you had the '60s counterculture come in, forget about it. I mean, everybody now that's why the gateway drug issue, people knew what you're getting into if you get addicted to heroin. Because like you, Daryl, I tried it once. I said, never will I touch this shit again because it was too fucking good. And
That's right.
I just left it alone because I said, okay, I now understand why people get addicted to heroin. But then, like an idiot, I had to go deal with friends of mine who were addicted with heroin, and I learned my lesson the hard way. Because,
Okay, so you had that experience, but that's not everybody's experience. That's not
well,
everybody's experience.
I'd like to hear from the Canadians. What about drugs up there in Canada?
Right, let's hear that. What's the history of drugs up in
Julian, what do you know about that? The use of drugs or counterculture stuff in Canada like that?
Well,
Just
Tristan is from Newfoundland, which is like hell. So you'd expect them to take a lot of drugs, but it's an island with like high cliffs, and so there's no chance. But speaking for myself, I've never ever taken the slightest bit of drugs because I went into the military. So,
You never
but we
smoked a
did
joint?
in Quebec though. There was no the drinking age in Canada is far less regulated than it is in the U.S. First of all, the drinking age in Quebec is 18, but we were picking up beer routinely at 15 and 16. Never stopped. We would drink in parks. So we had lots and lots of alcohol. But I've never taken any drugs at all. I don't know anyone who's had a death from fentanyl in Canada or from any of these tailored drugs. So I don't really have much of a perspective. I do have an opinion, which I'll do super fast. I originally believed that Maduro had popular support, and I don't think he has popular support. Having read a couple of articles on the people that were killed in those boats, it's tragic. You basically have smugglers of opportunity who are almost always locals. I mean, I don't think it's a big surprise that 90% of pirates in history are simply people on the coast who are down on their luck. And they're doing like a 1 or 2 timer thing. They're not professional. They're not long term, and they're certainly not masterminds. I think we should go into Venezuela, unrelated to the drugs. But I put on the side a link to 2 books. The first one is Toppling Foreign Governments by I forget her name. She's at University of Vermont, and it's a really good statistical and case study of constant failures to impose foreign governments. The second book is called Catastrophic Success by Alexander Downs, and he looks at the same thing, which is intervening. His book is more recent. Her book was 2019. So if you want to go in with special forces and do something in Venezuela and swap out Maduro with a man or woman of your own choosing, on average it'll fail. So I think he should be knocked out, but you want to knock people out, you want to knock out the incumbent and then maneuver someone who can replace him. And hopefully the US doesn't choose someone in sort of the clumsy way they listen to Chalabi again, or
Juan Guaido is now being replaced by what's the woman's name who just won the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, so that's a mistake. I totally agree, Daryl. The U.S. should not be choosing these people. You have to let because if the U.S. chooses it and it's not done democratically, even if the person is still anti-American, then they're going to get toppled eventually anyway, and anyone associated with them. And the U.S. is going to throw a lot of money at the problem, all of which is going to be wasted. Now, as for the drug problem, I mean, you have this illusion that you saw in Afghanistan for counterinsurgency, which is all we need to do is just get the sanctuary, right? If we could only get across into Laos or get across into Pakistan or get across into Iran, we'll finally get our hands on the bases and where the drugs are made. But I remember again when Saddam invaded Kuwait, the U.S. Army was flying around Washington State looking for grow ops. Now, obviously, cocaine is not being grown in the U.S., right? I think that's fairly easy to detect. But even if the U.S. put boots on the ground in Venezuela, they would never have enough manpower to chase down, the transshipment points for the drugs. And if they managed to land Marines in Peru, they would probably shut down the coke fields they found, or the fentanyl labs they found. But then more dispersed, smaller, more expensive labs would appear as long as there was demand. So I thought people learned their lesson. I think, the only way to stop this, you can threaten a foreign government like Mexico and say, listen, your defense minister is taking kickbacks from the cartel, and you can threaten to kidnap him and maybe even bomb the Ministry of Defense. That will, get the local government not to be in cahoots, and so you could definitely target elites in that way. But the people in their own country have to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be wildly non-cost effective. Now, do I think using an aircraft carrier to blow up essentially motorized rowboats is cost effective? I think it's nuts. Obviously, this is done for show. There are highly professional, well-trained Coast Guard people that appear under the radar that know these seas a lot better than the U.S. Navy, especially inland operations. They should be running this thing quietly. And if a government doesn't cooperate, you can do nasty things to them. But that should not be confused with Maduro. And obviously, Trump wants to mix the two to get a casus belli. But anyway, so that's my 2 cents. We should go in to Venezuela because I don't think Maduro is a good leader. I don't think he's a legitimate leader. And that's a recent change of opinion. But the U.S. cannot be choosing the successor. And they've got to tread very, very carefully. On the drug problem, you have to have a fine-grained instrument to deal with a fine-grained problem. Otherwise, you'll be spending, oodles of money with, just marginal returns. That's my thing. I was hoping Tristan could tell us about the dreary existence on Newfoundland. How there's no trees or anything.
Well, you figure there'd be a high. I would think people would drink on Newfoundland, right, Tristan?
Yeah, now, of course, I never lived in Newfoundland all that much. But people do drink a lot there, and drinking is a big part of the culture. I don't know of anybody in Newfoundland who's had issues with toxic drugs or anything like that. But I do know of, a good few people who had, really bad problems with alcohol and, a few who almost died from it. I grew up mostly in Halifax, and there definitely is an issue with the drugs there. Um, I don't know anybody personally who's died, but my friends definitely know like 4 or 5 people that they grew up with who have died of drug overdoses in Halifax. Um, it's and I don't know about deaths here in Montreal, but the um, you definitely see a lot of drug use. And there are homeless people all over the place who are, pretty like kind of obviously addicted to drugs. They have that sort of manner about them. Um, and it's something that's really now there were problems, of course, before the pandemic, but like it really exploded following the pandemic as it did sort of everywhere else.
All right. Well, one thing I just want to add about the drug situation in the United States, or at least in New York City, was you could actually tell when dry cocaine was coming in big droves in the 70s, particularly late 70s, because the price of marijuana escalated. And there were times when, because I knew people who were actually going into those areas and getting this stuff. But anyway, I got to pick this up. But Michael, you might want to add to this.
I just got on after an hour of trying. All I know is you're talking about drugs, so clue me in.
Michael,
Yes, Daryl. Ah,
what we're talking about is the high school experience in New York City during the period of heroin epidemic of the 60s and whatever else came in the 70s and 80s.
is
What do you
this
mean?
an historical treatise, or is there a
No, we
relevant
were.
term for this?
Well, no, we were talking about the question of bombing the vessels in the Caribbean. That you
I'm
know,
looking at the money. I'm just saying, whatever it costs, what's the cheapest weapon that they could possibly use on a boat? Gotta be at least $1,000.
well, the whole thing is
It
crazy.
doesn't make any sense. No, it's and what needs to happen here is people who understand. Hopefully, it would be our representatives, but I've heard some of them speak, and they don't have a clue about the military. Someone needs to say to the American public, if you want to take out these boats, if it's making your heart happy, then you don't need to spend. What did you say? How much was it to run the Joel Ford a
About
day?
7 million, 7 million a day.
Okay, so you're talking about the whole task force. You're talking about
Oh no, just
20
one
million.
ship. Just one ship. Oh,
No,
more.
I'm
Probably
saying
more.
no. So you're talking
Probably.
about 20 million a day to
Oh, easily
knock
more.
out a $300 speedboat. Come
More than that.
on, man.
More than that. More than that. More than that.
Well, then people need to understand that while you're denying food to children, education to children, right? We can't afford for SNAP. Oh, you need to get. That's another thing that
Oh yeah.
that I'm gonna have to do. You're gonna have.
What? You're gonna have what? Daryl, what'd you do? You muted yourself? All right. Well, let me just show you this. Here now. Here are the strikes in the Caribbean, and I think it's more than 20 million. You got all those. I mean, I'll pull up the task force. It's a big task force. There's an LPH. I think there's 2 battalions afloat down there. It's a big demonstration of force. But here's when they started to sink the ships. On the 2nd, 15th of September, 19th of September, October 3rd, 14th, 16th. And you can see the locations of where they sunk them. More or
What
less.
did it say what they used?
This is they're hitting them with let's see, 15th. What kind of weapon they used?
Yes.
I assume I don't know. I don't I could I don't know. Maybe others know
And
what.
couldn't we get away with a couple of Coast Guard ships and some drones?
Well, good question, but the whole question here is Human Rights Watch saying the maritime strikes amounted to extrajudicial killings.
Really?
Oh yeah, and I just listened to the former director of Middle East Watch. I'll relay that a little later. She's in charge of some think tank that has to do with the Middle East. But so here, what are the international waters? So the question is, are they okay? So look at this. You got the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group. You've got really a large number of vessels deployed, and then what? And this is the kind of stuff. I mean, how did this originate as a policy? Go on, Tristan. Tristan, you want to jump in there? Go on, Tristan.
Just real quick, isn't the Iwo Jima like a helicopter?
It's a LPH. It has a battalion of Marines afloat.
Give me a break on the LPH.
Uh,
Landing, what is it?
Landing platform helicopter, I think.
There you go. You're a winner.
Is that it? Julian, I think that's what the acronym stands for. Go on, Tristan.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Daryl's question, although I'm sure it was rhetorical. I mean, the cheapest thing that you can use to disable a boat carrying drugs is, a machine gun and a couple rounds of like 50 caliber, right? Like the which would cost you like a couple dollars each. Like it's really kind of strange that um the Trump administration is like going to the measures of using like missiles to take out these boats because the there's been a long standing sort of effort of taking out like drug smuggling operations like between the US and Canada. It's called Op Carib, I believe, and where they conduct like direct interdiction of these kinds of vessels, and it's which has been widely quite successful. So it's very strange that they would go to like these kinds of measures to like just for something like that. And I suspect that probably it's a pretext for military action.
Oh, absolutely. No. Brookings did a study years ago, big, thick volume. It's done in the 80s. Basically examined the use of force diplomatically by the Soviet Union and the United States. It's probably, I'm sure it's in the library system in Canada. I know it's here. I used to have the books. I don't know where the hell they are now. They're probably down in Texas. But this is a big classic demonstration of force. Now, here's the carrier group of LaFord. The Gerald Ford, it has the U.S. Mahan, USS Winston Churchill, Bainbridge. Bainbridge, I don't know if this is an Aegis. No, they're not Aegis class cruise. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the naval classes. But look at that. That's a pretty sizable force. Five escorts. And then you have the LPH. You have the amphibious assault ship of the Iwo Jima with a Marine. And then you have another. Uh, this is essentially another demonstration force. And these guys have three vessels escorting them. Plus, they have a nuclear powered sub. And then you have all these air assets that are, they come in from CONUS, from the continental United States, or bases in Puerto Rico, Panama, whatever. And
Don't
then,
you have Marines in Puerto Rico standing by?
well, no, they have a Marine battalion on the. That's what this amphibious group is all about. The Iwo Jima.
No, I'm talking about in addition to that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they probably have the.
And I heard that they actually opened up Russell Roads again.
Yeah, this is a big demonstration of force. Now, remember, the last time they tried to overthrow Maduro, it was like sort of uh, a
It
Keystone
was a
Cop type of.
drone, right?
No, there was a Keystone Cop sort of
Oh,
coup
the
attempt.
landing,
No,
60
the
people.
landing, and then there was a two green beanies. I think they've been returned to the United States, but
Yes.
it was a real half-assed operation. They landed, and the Venezuelan security forces knew they were coming, and they just wiped those guys out. So I guess what they've quote learned their lesson, but to me it's pretty obvious that what they're. And remember, we haven't seen the new national security strategy, which is essentially dominate the Western Hemisphere. And and it's too bad Alice is here because I also want to talk about the Ukraine peace agreement going on right now. But anybody want to add to this?
What I want to know is where are the congressmen putting out the figures about what this is costing? Because then you would definitely have a bipartisan. I can't get to the food line and my food bank, but you got money to take out a $300 boat with $1,000 missile. Help me understand.
Daryl, that's ancient history. That's the America that used to think in those terms is long gone at this point. Um, I just think an example of a shall we say disproportionate use of force. Because there's now a cockroach problem in my building. Maybe we can get an armored division to take care of it. this is absurd. It also could be because it could be a distraction, obviously, or Trump. Maybe when it's over, he can say he ended another war. I don't know what. To me, this is
He
incredible.
ended a war he started.
That's right, but
That's
it's
hilarious.
like the old Shecky Green line. The comedian Shecky Green told. He said, "Frank Sinatra saved my life. 10 guys were beating me up, and Frank said, 'Okay, boys, that's enough.'" Um, this, this is this is like, hey, you start a war and then you end the war, and you could say, "I ended another war." I mean, this is who knows why this nutcase and this
I think there was
corp in the
one thing I
White
can
House.
contribute to this. I don't know why you wouldn't remember it. The B-52 is the first American airplane that was completely indestructible because it had components coming from every state. So
Really?
that's why every U.S.
The
state.
B-52 or the B-1? The B-52 had that kind of history? That's interesting.
All right, whatever the plane is.
No, no, it's the B-1, but no,
F-35.
So all of these senators and congressmen have got military and construction things
oh
going
yeah,
on in their state
right.
that creates taxes and all of the
Right.
associated services that service the base. The whole industry, the commerce.
Right. Right. No, that's true. That's true. I mean, that's the other issue that the
So,
defense budget
and
is
if they
increased.
don't use up the munition, then there's no need for it. For making new munitions. So
Well,
that's
here's an interesting comment from this guy who is in charge of a program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Uh, the CARA group could indicate that expanded operations are imminent. Okay, so that's the signaling issue. The competition for these vessels is tremendous. Only three are deployed at any one time. Remember, they rotate the carriers, like about a third of them are out, a third of them are coming back, a third of them are building up to go back out. And the Ford, which has already arrived in the Caribbean, it's going to start a clock ticking, and Trump will have about a month or so to make a major decision on a strike before he has to move the vessel elsewhere. Now, I wouldn't put it past Trump to, hey, let's. The problem is that he probably would be advised, even if these guys are. And this is what 2 days ago. This update here. So, the question of would Trump actually escalate the hostilities? I would think that the military would be counseling him not to do that. Now, going after some poor sons of bitches in a small vessel who are smuggling coke, okay, that is an easy target to justify. You can say, "Oh my God," because look at the way they've been justifying these things. We've saved thousands. I think one of these strikes, they said we saved 25,000 lives, which somebody did the math and said that was a bunch of bullshit. But will he escalate it beyond there? That's the other question. Because I think what they would really be wanting to do is do a covert operation to overthrow Maduro. Uh, and that would be something much different than what we're seeing right now. Here they're just exerting force to keep Maduro on his tippy toes and force him to expend resources. And remember, he has a pretty large army. Now, does he want to go to war with the United States? I doubt it very much. But there's also the issue of, aren't there bases from China? Isn't the Soviet Union send ships into ports in Venezuela, or doesn't China have a base there now?
No,
They don't. All right. Well, let me
no, but
check
they
that.
did. As a matter of fact, they both parties have been very silent. What's his name? G0. Ian Bremmer did a puppet regime on Maduro calling Putin and talking about how he's getting ready to lose his life because of the invasion. And Putin is having a discussion with India, Modi and G about oil and how the tariffs won't, there's no way that the tariffs can get between the oil traffic between China and China, India, and Russia. And he said, "You boys wouldn't ignore me, would you? You wouldn't cop out on me. You got to check it out. G0 World, very funny puppet regime." In the meantime, he hangs up on Maduro.
Well, let's
You
put it
have
this
to see it. It wasn't that funny.
All right, well, I'm
way.
not going to play this.
We were
Mike, let me
laughing
just finish.
silently, Daryl. We were laughing silently.
Michael, let me just finish this here. Now, look at this. This is something that just appeared 2 months ago that China is deploying J-10s to Venezuela. And Venezuela is preparing to buy dozens of J-10C fighter jets from China. Now, okay, I'd like to verify that, but here's where the national security issues would pop up in the brains of the Hexeth and all the other guys in the Pentagon, the War Department, if you will. Let me just check that as we're talking. Excuse me, Michael. Go on.
And while you're doing that, did you hear the people talking about how, well, if he sells F-35s to Saudi Arabia, wouldn't China get a hold of the technology? Like China needs F-35 technology?
Oh, we'll talk about that after this. Okay, Michael, go on. What are you going to say, Mike?
No, I was just going to say that I just think this is just a bunch of.
China has just made one of its boldest.
I agree with that too. But no, this is just it's Trump bullshit. I mean, it's almost, if it wasn't really happening. I mean, in other words, it wasn't this massive operation. It's almost not worth talking about. It's like a farce. I mean, I remember when we used to, during the Grenada war, quote unquote. I mean, we were laughing, when people were saying, "Oh, this is a major military operation against Grenada." We're saying, what, a major military operation against Grenada? I mean, this is just more insanity. It's more bullshit. It's more distraction. It's more of Trump saying, I got to do something to get my ratings up. Again, as has been said by most of you, yeah, you could do the same, or as Tristan said, you could do the same thing with a machine gun. It's, another speedboat armed with machine guns and a couple of hand grenades. This is, I don't know. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. It's the mouse that roared. That's all.
All right. So here is a study from CSIS. Russia and Venezuela have a long standing partnership. China is owed by Venezuela at least $20 billion. China supports Maduro. Iran and Venezuela have had a symbolic and heavily rhetorical partnership. When was this done? Okay, so this was done 5 years ago. Cuba is
That's a
involved
long
with
time.
Venezuela. Yeah, too long. Turkey, so interesting Turkey. Has emerged as a facilitator of Venezuela's illicit gold trade. And so here's the issue with Venezuela is oil and gas with Russia. Interesting. From 2004 to 2020, the Russian embassy in Caracas grew 500%. I remember, keep in mind, these are conservative think tanks, but let's just go with the flow here. Chavez met with, this is when Hugo Chavez was in charge. He increased the relationship with Russia. Oil and the energy sector is the centerpiece of Caracas's relationship with the Kremlin. So they have joint production operations, joint ventures with Russian energy firms. The Russians invested $9 billion into Venezuelan oil and gas projects between 2010 and 2015. And here's Maduro signing a bunch of, oh, look at them with a saber. Too much. Probably thinks he's Simon Bolivar. Okay, Russian companies handle large amounts of Venezuelan crude. All right, so there you see some military. So Venezuela owes Russia at least $10 billion for fighter jets. So from the point of view of some of the Pentagon, the War Department, this would be, quote, okay, here's a strategic threat to the United States that we have to aggressively act towards. Because I've just gone through the Russian relationships. Now look at China. By 2015, China had loaned Venezuela more than $64 billion through its various banks. And they signed commitments to build 20,000 homes, a 7.5 billion high-speed rail, and to build Latin America's biggest rice production plant. Interesting. They signed a $4 billion gas deal in 2014. And okay, this is interesting. The percentage of Chinese loans going to other countries in Latin America. So you can see that from 2007 to 2014 or 2013, there was a lot of loans from China going to Venezuela, and it declined and then essentially petered out. Now, again, that's 6 years ago. I'll look for stuff later that updates this. And so they're buying weapons from China, Cuba. All right, so that would be interesting. 10,000 Cubans were in Venezuela. Various companies, look at this, various companies of Cuban companies in joint ventures with Venezuelan companies. And then the trade-off is that Cuba gets oil and crude and petroleum products from Venezuela. And then this is when Fidel was still alive. And when did he go in to see Hugo? Hugo Chavez visited Cuba in 94. After being pardoned for his role in an attempted coup, Castro became Chavez's mentor. They signed agreements for oil. They brought in 20,000 Cubans to work with them in 2004. Now in 2015, okay, 10 years ago, there were 40,000 Cubans. Remember, oh, by the way, this is, of course, remember what's going on is there's all these, quote, illegals coming in from Venezuela that now Trump wants to send back in some cases. Remember, there was a big scandal about that a couple of weeks ago. Then Iran. Now, Iran, of course, would be a big flash.
What's even more interesting than that is he sent those people to El Salvador.
Oh, right.
And the Venezuelan government had to prevail upon El Salvador to restore them to Venezuela.
Right. Because they were put into that horrible facility down there. So here you have Iran investing in a car factory. Interesting. Chavez's vision for Iran. So, you have a Iranian interaction with the Venezuelans. Relationship between Iran and Venezuela began to dwindle after Chavez died in 2013. And then Turkey. Now that's interesting to me. I haven't been following Turkish foreign policy in a long time. Okay, so they do after the 2016 failed coup in Turkey. Erdogan adopted an anti-Western, anti-American foreign policy stance. That's where Maduro and him found common ground. Maduro, who was quick to support Erdogan during the uprising against him, met with Erdogan in Istanbul in 2016. Okay, so, look at that. Increase of exports to Venezuela. That's jumped up. Turkey is an economic lifeline to Venezuela. So it's a complicated situation geostrategically. They export $131 billion worth of goods to Venezuela, most of it food and soap. All right, so that gives a sense of these are probably the kind of elements that would be briefed to President Trump in a National Security Council meeting, which I'm just trying to understand their rationale for how they're thinking. Now here's an article in Politico about this. This is actually today. So let's see what this says. All Okay, so here's the political article. All right, they're nearing their. Okay, this is interesting. So this an analyst. Oh, I have to put this crap in here. All right. All right. Let me get out of there because they're making me have to subscribe, which I don't want to do. But in any event, this study in Politico, which I'm not going to take the time to prescribe today, right now. Obviously, okay, here we go. Here's something. The historical parallel to, okay, this is yesterday. They're look at that. They're all shutting down all their little different news outlets that used to be available to you if you wanted to read it. Fox News. China tightens up economic grip on Venezuela. China sends a hospital ship to Nicaragua. China's military tech makes a U.S. invasion. Okay, here, now look at this. Let's do this. Oh, this is a little. All right, so what they're arguing here.
The U.S. is escalating its military buildup in the Caribbean as Venezuela warns the campaign could trigger a full-scale conflict.
Can you see that? You guys can see this?
A U.S.
Yeah.
naval task force has arrived off Latin America. The Trump administration says the
Yeah.
action is aimed at
Coming
drug
over
smugglers
clear.
bringing
No.
narcotics into the United States. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, has ordered nationwide military exercises and accuses Donald Trump of trying to overthrow his government.
Venezuela is bracing for the worst. It's mobilizing its forces nationwide, including the army and a civilian militia, for a military exercise to counter what it calls imperial threats from the U.S. It follows months of Washington's airstrikes targeting boats suspected of carrying drugs in international waters, including near Venezuela. Marking a major escalation in the U.S. military buildup, the USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has arrived with its fleet of warships and jets.
For years, the Pentagon has run war games for a potential invasion of Venezuela, and the outcome was almost always the same, a swift U.S. victory. But a new player has entered the game, one that changes everything. As a massive U.S. naval deployment built up in the Caribbean in late 2025, reports surfaced that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made urgent appeals to China, Russia, and Iran for military support. Now, there are concerns that China is helping to build a technological fortress in America's backyard. The fear is that Venezuela is being armed with a defensive network so advanced that a U.S. invasion is no longer just risky, it may now be unacceptably costly. Here's why the game has changed forever. For 2 centuries, the United States has viewed Latin America as its backyard, a concept backed by the Monroe Doctrine. The Caribbean Sea was often seen as an American lake, where the U.S. Navy could operate without challenge. Any nation in the hemisphere that fell out of line could, theoretically, be dealt with by overwhelming military force. With its aging equipment and struggling economy, Venezuela seemed like a prime example. Washington figured that a military intervention, while politically messy, would be a straightforward fight. That assumption was put to the test in late 2025, when the United States assembled one of the largest naval fleets seen in the region in decades. Led by the world's most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, a full-carrier strike group steamed into the Caribbean. Accompanied by destroyers, a nuclear-powered submarine, and supported by F-35 stealth fighters, the message was clear. The military option was on the table. In the past, a show of force like this might have been enough to intimidate any regional power. But this time, something was different. Instead of backing down, Caracas doubled down, turning to its powerful allies. Maduro's reported requests for missiles from Russia, drones from Iran, and advanced radar technology from China signaled a new strategy was taking shape. Venezuela was preparing not just to resist, but to create a multi-layered, technologically advanced barrier designed to make any U.S. attack a bloody and potentially unwinnable fight. The days of a guaranteed easy win? They might be over. So what makes this new defensive posture so formidable? It isn't a single weapon, but the creation of an integrated system designed to deny access to an attacker, a strategy military experts call anti-access area denial, or A2AD. This fortress is being built with Russian steel, Iranian ingenuity, and, most critically, the potential for a Chinese technological nervous system. First, let's talk about the weapons we know are active. Venezuela's Air Force operates a fleet of Russian-made Su-30 Mk-2 fighter jets. In recent official footage, these jets were seen patrolling the Caribbean armed with a particularly dangerous weapon, the Kh-31 supersonic anti-ship missile. Known to NATO as the Krypton, this thing is a ship killer. It screams towards its target at over 3 times the speed of sound, skimming just above the waves to evade radar. For a U.S. Navy destroyer, the time from detection to impact is terrifyingly short, making it incredibly difficult to intercept. And it gets way more complicated than that. An attacking force doesn't just have to worry about fighters. It has to survive a gauntlet of surface-to-air missiles. The backbone of Venezuela's air defense is the Russian S-300VM, a long-range system capable of targeting aircraft over 125 miles away. This is reinforced by layers of other Russian systems like the Buk M2E and Panzer S-1, and even reportedly the Iranian-supplied Bavar 373, creating a dense web of missile threats. This collection of Russian and Iranian hardware is a threat on its own. But the real revolution would be connecting it all, and that's where China's potential role becomes critical. Based on Maduro's reported appeals, the fear is that China could provide the advanced radar and electronic warfare platforms needed to fuse these separate systems into a single intelligent network. Think of the Russian missiles as the fists and the shield. Chinese technology could be the brain that controls them. This network would be designed to see an attack coming from hundreds of miles away, share targeting data instantly, and jam enemy electronics, turning a pile of weapons into a coordinated kill web. Then there's the rumored game changer that could alter the balance overnight, China's J-10C, vigorous Dragon fighter jet. Reports indicate that China has offered to sell a squadron of these advanced 4.5 generation fighters to Venezuela. The J-10C is no mere upgrade, it's a quantum leap. It comes with an advanced AESA radar and can carry China's deadly PL-15 long-range air-to-air missile. With a reported range of over 200 kilometers, a Venezuelan pilot in a J-10C could theoretically shoot down a U.S. fighter before the American pilot even knew they were in danger. If the J-10C were to arrive in Venezuela, it would instantly challenge the air superiority the United States has always taken for granted in its own hemisphere. This complex web of deterrence, from supersonic missiles to advanced fighter jets, is a new reality in the Americas. To keep up with our analysis on how the global balance of power is shifting, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. So, does this technological fortress truly make a U.S. invasion impossible? Let's be real. No. The United States military is the most powerful in the world. An analysis from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, notes that the U.S. retains overwhelming maritime force and unrestricted use of the sea. Plus, reports suggest that Venezuela's air defense network suffers from chronic maintenance issues, with some estimating only a fraction is fully operational. The U.S. would also bring its own F-35 stealth fighters, B-2 bombers, and a vast arsenal of standoff weapons designed to dismantle these exact kinds of networks. But just because you can do something, doesn't mean you should. The point isn't that the U.S. couldn't win, but that for the first time, the cost of that victory might be unacceptably high. For decades, any U.S. intervention in Latin America was seen as a low-risk affair against a technologically inferior opponent. That calculation is now obsolete. An attack on Venezuela wouldn't be a simple policing action. It would be a direct assault on a concentrated A2AD zone, potentially backed by 3 major U.S. rivals. Put yourself in the shoes of a Pentagon planner for a second. Naval vessels would be under constant threat from supersonic Kh-31s. Any aircraft, even stealth platforms would have to navigate a dense web of S-300s and other missile systems. Pilots could face the threat of long-range PL-15 missiles from J-10C fighters. Every stage of an invasion, from sea to air to ground, would be met with sophisticated, lethal resistance. The potential casualties in pilots, sailors, and expensive hardware could be staggering. And that is exactly what modern deterrence looks like. China hasn't sent troops or signed a defense treaty. Instead, it has armed its partner with just enough high-tech weaponry to turn it into a porcupine. Painful to attack, and even more painful to swallow. The geopolitical fallout is immense. Some might even ask, is this the effective death of the Monroe Doctrine? A foreign power, China, may be establishing a military technological foothold in the Western Hemisphere that directly checks American power. It shows other nations that there are now alternatives to relying on American military hardware. So, is an invasion truly impossible? Maybe not, but it's no longer a low-cost, predictable outcome. The game has completely changed in America's backyard. It's now a high-risk gamble against a technologically layered defense, assembled with parts from Russia, Iran, and potentially integrated by China. By reportedly offering the technology to tie these systems together, China may have scored a major strategic victory without firing a shot. It has elevated the cost of American military intervention from manageable to potentially catastrophic. The fortress being built in the Caribbean may not be impenetrable, but it guarantees that any attempt to breach it would come at a price in blood and treasure that Washington may no longer be willing to pay. The ultimate question now is, has this move successfully deterred a war, or has it just raised the stakes for a far deadlier conflict in the future? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
How will we go about verifying this stuff, especially?
President Trump this week took a wrecking ball to the east wing of the White House, and in so doing, obliterated the line between metaphor and literal reality. This was a week in which Trump, defying all norms of presidential behavior, posted an AI-generated video of himself wearing a king's crown, dropping a plane load of excrement on protesters. He also pardoned a convicted crypto kingpin who has worked to enrich the Trump's family's own crypto business, and he asked the Justice Department to pay him $230 million as reimbursement for legal costs he allegedly incurred when the government he now controls investigated him. Also, he seems to be going to war with Venezuela. All this and more next.
This is Washington Week with The Atlantic. Corporate funding provided by...
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible to all. With no long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% US-based customer support.
Jim.
We're cellular.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Ken.
Certified financial planner professionals are proud to support Washington Week with The Atlantic.
Okay, I'm going to stop this.
EFP professionals are committed to acting in their clients' best interest. More information at letsmakeaplan.org.
Let me see where
Additional fund.
All right, you got the point.
Okay,
So-
Jim, that was clickbait.
that was
Clickbait.
plenty. That was shocking. I've never. My God, it looks like World War III's.
Yeah, Jim, seriously, that they use the word quantum. If the U.S. needs to deal with Venezuela, first of all, they're going to put guys on the ground to put eyeballs on the air defense systems. They're going to peel it away with an enormous magnitude of anti-radiation missiles and/or chaff and/or electronic. The number of aircraft the Venezuelans can put in the air will total less than a carrier, and the Americans are probably going to hit Venezuela with land-based aircraft. There's no precedent for a. I hate to say this, and no offense to perhaps Colonel Morgan's friends, but the Latin American countries just don't fight very well. If you look at Angola, the Cubans fighting against the South Africans, you have like a 1-to-20 kill ratio. I mean, I feel sorry for the Chinese that they're going to watch their airplanes get misused. The fact that the Pakistanis use the same airplane and the same missile is because the Pakistanis have been training for a very long time in a very, very serious way that Venezuela has not. Venezuela lacks the professionalism, the productivity, the education to operate an integrated system. You're going to get blown up Chinese airplanes. You're going to have Russian anti-ship missiles that they're never even going to be able to detect the ships in the Caribbean. And even if they do, they're never going to have the volume of fires or the magazine to overwhelm the defense of any of these ships. Once that's over, you're going to have Venezuela with no airplanes and no air defense. It doesn't mean the U.S. is going to invade. But this, I mean, this article, it was just this news thing. It was just clickbait. I mean, it's just agonizing when people use metaphor after metaphor to describe a military situation. Yeah, all machines, all weapons of war are used by trained soldiers. Like they're poorly trained. It's like the weapons don't matter at all. That was my 2 bits.
All right.
Oh, there's one other thing. Am I muted? I don't know.
No, you're
One
there.
other thing, Julian. What about the potential of a military coup, or like the lack of security and control to have all of those weapons available?
Well, if you, sorry, I put the 2 clicks on the side. I think what you're talking about, the political effects the Americans getting involved on in the what do you call it, the posting messages on the side, the chatting. I put the 2 books I mentioned before, by Toppling Foreign Governments and Catastrophic Success by Alexander Downs. It's really, really hard for the U.S. to go in there and put in their favorite candidate. I mean, just statistically, the U.S. generally fails when they're the ones picking the candidate. What you can do is go in there, knock him out of power, and then frankly bring in a organization of American states, maybe Brazil or Argentina or Chile or Mexico, can then lead an international non-American, non-Yankee or gringo group, Spanish speakers, to then help the Venezuelans run elections. I think that would be a great solution. It would give something for the OAS to do. Yeah, that's the first book. It basically just lists like the catastrophe of foreign imposed regimes, and it's got both case studies and it's got a statistical analysis. Both books deal with the same subject, and the lesson is very simple. You don't get to control who other people choose as leaders, basically.
Right. All right. Shall we shift to another topic? Now I wanted to bring up what people are thinking about the reaction to what happened over the weekend in Congress with the vote being what, 472 to 1 to release these files, which I don't think are going to get released. I think we're going to get the ropey dope from Trump. But then, of course, the issue of the Senate, and then you have this impact of these women, because I gather they are not wanting to talk in the open because of the history of being threatened, of defamation, of not being able to fight against defamation suits. We're a really crazy situation. But what do people think about what just happened with the quote Epstein files? What do you think up there in Canada, Julian?
Well, we have a different political landscape, which is so I've seen how the Zionists operate in Canada politically, and it's different because we have different laws. So I was in an apolitical party where I could see a large portion of the money coming from pro-Israel lobbyists to influence political outcomes. But Canada doesn't provide weapons to Israel, so the stakes are much lower. I mean, do we have pedophiles up here? Yes. Do we have money launderers? Yes. Is it associated with some sort of foreign influence op? No. So, as a Canadian, I look at the U.S. and go, wow, people play, the people play big time for power. I mean, it's we got billionaires and the fate of peoples and huge arms transfers. In Canada, it's not. It's in fact in Canada, it's easier to create a political distortion because the parties control the candidates much more easily in Canada. Where in the U.S. you have a lot more power locally. So in theory, the U.S. should be harder to be influenced by someone with a special interest. But I guess another difference is the U.S. is really, really big, and people don't care about foreign policy. As you said many times, Jim, foreign policy is sort of an elite pastime. In Canada, we're small. I mean, our foreign policy of dealing with the U.S. is a large part of our economic and foreign policy. So, I mean, we look at Epstein and go, there should be some law and order. We're astounded at the amount of political influence he must have been able to get out of people in the U.S. It's fairly remarkable. I actually think what's not being represented in the media that I watch, I think most Americans that support Trump don't care about Epstein. I think it's basically the far right and the left together. But the centrist right and the middle right don't care. So
No, that's not true. Not true, man.
Well,
Polling data shows across the board, large percentages of Americans in independent, Republican, and Democratic categories are very concerned about the issue.
I think okay. So for the Republicans, it's not more than 50%.
Oh no, it's high. It's high. Remember, the Republicans were the ones who were going nuts about this for years.
Well, yeah, the MAGA base, but I mean, besides the MAGA base, and some of the MAGA base, because some of the MAGA are facing, it's either if they follow through on the Epstein files, it'll take out Trump, right? And also you again said that the MAGA are transactional, right? They see Trump as instrumental. They're not gonna kill him on principle.
Well, no, but look what happened. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Mace is running for governor, and then you can sort of. I'm talking about those women, and then you got Massey, who Trump is probably going to try to primary out. But nevertheless, that was sort of amazing to see Marjorie Taylor Greene over the weekend get denounced by Trump as a rhino.
No, you're right. Obviously, there's a huge. What I think has changed. What has changed is not the Gaza effect. What I think has changed is women have mobilized on for both the Democrats and the Republicans. So it's a gender element. It's sort of it's a quiet Me Too movement. So that I think that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene is going off of. Too bad for Trump that he didn't anticipate that type of effect. But I think that's what's happening.
I think you're right. I mean, look at the reaction to the quiet piggies comment made by him in the I mean, all these women are getting pissed off about that, and they're bringing up all his misogyny.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Can I add something on this? There's no deaths. There's no big money. There's I think the big player behind this is the JDL or the whatever the Mossad, CIA. It looks like it's very much involved with banks and funding and doing favors for intel organizations and maybe honeypotting. But it's not. It doesn't. It's not. It's a lot of nothing burger because there's no deaths, very little, and there's no houses being blown up. There's no military thing. There's no drug dealing cartels involved. It's just like a bunch of girls who were abused sexually or, participated when they were minors and, got romance into it. I don't think that they were running like an enslavement camp where they had to be chained up. Now, everybody's going to make a big squawk like they do with the Me Too movement. Oh my God, he was looking at me all day and I was very upset,
Yeah, but it's one thing. Come on, man. It's one thing to look at somebody. It's another thing to fucking rape
I understand. They're going to blow that up and they say, what if it was your daughter? All of that crap. But it isn't like the same stuff we were just talking about with Venezuela. Missiles going off and, being launched within 2 seconds that could blow up a whole city. It's not a whole international thing. China's getting involved and so forth and so on. It's just a gossip story, basically, at the root of it. and and it's, oh, we're going to get a chance to embarrass Jeff Bezos and the guy who's running Facebook, and maybe and maybe Clinton again. He's always fun to watch, and no, this is embarrassing, and so forth and so on. It's not substantive, unless you can pull in that they're doing a honeypot on American senators and getting them to control the vote, like I think that Julian was referring to when he says the Zionists are somehow involved in this. So
Well, after can
yeah,
I
go ahead.
get in there for a second? First of all, I don't know what the hell Julian's talking about with the Zionists anyway. I
There
should
are
say,
Zionists,
yeah, there are Zionists. I am a Zionist. I'm not a
Okay, right.
Netanyahu kind of Zionist. I don't believe in that kind. There's different forms of Zionism. So all this, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that can be turned into racist,
Yeah, well,
anti-Semitic.
there is racism.
But the idea is that, but forgetting about that, I mean, obviously, you could talk about. I've heard all this. I haven't heard any hard evidence that the primary purpose of Jeffrey Epstein's operation had to do with Israeli intelligence. I think that to look at it that way is suspicious in itself. But I mean, let's face it, what Epstein was probably all about primarily was money. The same thing that most of his clients are all about: money and sex, or how to get money out of sex. It's the oldest profession. And it was just operating on a big mass scale with a lot of high profile clients, one of whom is in the White House right now. But I can tell you this much. One thing Julian is probably right about is for Trump supporters. Now, there may be the loudest of them are saying, yeah, we want the Epstein files released. Okay. And most of those people don't realize that it would destroy their own candidates. And as for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who would trust her? But the fact is, most, or at least most of the Trump supporters that I spoke to would not invite Trump into their house. They wouldn't allow him in their house. They think he's scum, but he's doing what they want them, what they want. He's getting done what they want done. In other words, their policies is about immigration, about making America first, or America above all, or America über alles. That's what they want done. So if they find out that Donald Trump, gave a blowjob to a guy named Bubba, or screwed, 11-year-old girls, they're going to say, yeah, that's scummy, all right. But just as long as he does what we want him to do. And I hate to say it, but that's how a lot of them are thinking.
Yeah, but look at Megyn Kelly doing that discussion about, well, it's not 8-year-olds, it's 13-year-olds. I mean, that went over like a lead balloon. Tom, what do you think about all this stuff?
Oh, it's interesting to hear everybody talk. If we had to go against Venezuela, we'd use Puerto Rico, as a base.
Yeah.
Because they built B-36 runways down there, and they were going to fly across to Africa, and bomb the hell out of whoever it was over there they wanted to bomb. So, I think it's interesting. I don't think Venezuela is that big a threat, because they may have a lot of fancy equipment, but I'll bet a lot of them don't know how to use it.
What do you think about this Epstein file stuff?
Oh, well, a bunch of dirty old men, right? That's what that is. Yeah. Well, yeah. God,
what do you think about it, Tristan? What do you think about all this stuff?
Sorry, I actually just sat back down. I had to get up for a minute. You're talking about the Epstein thing still?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm not really. I mean, I don't really know what to think about all this stuff with like Trump, and it's certainly interesting that they've been trying so hard to keep the files away from Congress. And I suspect that they're going to come up with some scheme now to keep a lot of it from them still. Um, you know, uh, I think they ought to just release it all and let the chips fall where they may. But uh, I know I'm always suspicious of these things where like the files get let out sort of like they let them sort of drip out sort of slowly, like the Democrats the other week releasing like 3 emails that they say incriminate Trump and all that sort of stuff. Like like that, like that's great, but that's like 3 emails of like how many tens of thousands, and completely out of context, right? Like I think they should just let it all out, and we'll see what's really in there. I do think it's kind of humorous to hear about these rumors now that Trump had to give uh, Clinton or not Clinton, yeah, Bill Clinton a blowjob,
Yeah,
but
right, exactly.
that I don't really have that much insight on the files, really.
Yeah, they're making.
Mark Epstein said that it wasn't Bill Clinton. Bubba wasn't Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He basically denied that. But I mean, I was just, as some of you may know, just came back from, well, I was in Newmarket, Ontario, and then Winnipeg. And people would always ask me, "You said, what the hell is wrong with the United States?" And I said, "Look, they're all crazy. Fuck them." In markets everywhere elsewhere. It's all insanity. I mean, you got. I mean, look at the people. Look at the people that Trump appoints. I mean, just look at them. They're made for television. I mean, one of the only thing that was successful that Trump can claim direct credit for in any way, because we know in his businesses they were being run by all the heavy work lifting was being done by somebody else. Is television. He had a TV show, and with Trump, it's all about ratings. And therefore, and remember, on that TV show, what was his famous line? "You're fired." So he doesn't even care if he's seen as a good guy or a bad guy, as long as his ratings are up.
Right.
So that's what the United States has become. This is probably the most, along with everything else wrong with it, the most superficially run government administration of the United States that we've ever had. Period, bar none. It is just, and that's why I say it's total bullshit. The United States, at least in the eyes of much of the world and in the eyes of some people like me, the United States is becoming bullshit. It's bullshit backed by nuclear weapons and a massive military and everything, but bullshit is still bullshit.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
All right. Now Daryl a long time ago asked about I wanted, like, I don't know, Kenny, what you want to bring something up, Kenny? Kenny?
Yes, I was muted.
Is there any other topics you want? Because it's right, 11:30 right now. What do you want to bring something else up?
You think it's 11:30?
Well, 11:30 here, East Coast.
Okay, yeah. It's 11:30, right? Not 12 yet. Well, I was what I put in the invite.
That Nigeria thing?
It's known. They say they keep getting these reports on it.
Daryl has to. You got to mute Daryl.
I think I know where this is coming from.
Yeah, Daryl has
because Daryl's on twice. I think.
Right.
So anyhow,
don't blame Daryl. Okay.
It's just another judge coming up from somewhere in the U.S. and saying, "No, he can't do that." That kind of. I think it was Portland. He said he can't send troops to Portland. And so you look it up, it's very easy to find. 87% of the judges that are resisting Trump's initiatives or executive orders, 87% or 87.5% were appointed by Democratic presidents. So it's basically a partisan thing. And the Supreme Court came out with a decision that they're going beyond their scope or the range of their authority. In other words, if you're a federal judge in Utah, okay, something going on in Utah with the Mormons or whatever, or the cattle or the rivers, maybe, and that's your area. That's what you're supposed to make judgments about, not about what's happening in New York City or Philadelphia.
That's Utah. That's what you think of Utah, huh? Utah. That's good.
Whatever.
That's
So
a
whatever,
good one.
whatever's going on is going on. So that, but it's all 87% is Democratic things. And I hear on radio different shows about you got to resist, 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 resist. And I don't understand that they agree with states' rights, so states can be sovereign states, and they can kick the federal government out, and they can do whatever they want on the one hand, but then they applaud the civil rights movement and the federal government going in and handling the segregation going on in the South, and they want the federal government to feed the poor, feed the hungry, and clothe the poor and house the homeless. And they want the federal government to take them, teach everybody how to do the breaststroke through the pool. And so that's one side. But then on the other side, they don't want to follow the instructions of ICE or any other thing that the federal government comes out with, or the Supreme Court says. So it's just chaos. But that's normal. You're not going to get a uniform behavior everywhere. It's not like a pinball machine or a video game. It's people, and there's variations, and the variations in the states. So there's a certain amount of chaos and a certain amount of order. That's all. That's what I think. So but the point is, people should recognize that all of these judges, the hope for the Democratic Party, because they're standing up to Trump, is they're behind the resistance to what he's trying to do, which I'm not supporting necessarily. Certainly, lots of things he's doing are too extreme, and he's really like Michael's saying, he's like any press is better than no press. So he'll, call people names, make fun, and he says, "What are they going to do to me? Nothing. I don't care." But I think it's misguided to say they're in it for the money. I've met certain people that are in their later years, like over 70. They've spent their whole life making money. It's what they like to do. It's like playing golf or making sculptures. That's their activity. They want to make a profit and make more money. They don't want to stop making money. But I don't think that's Trump. Like let's
Oh,
say
come on, man. What are you talking about? That's
I
ridiculous.
know you don't like Trump.
No, that's not a question of liking him. That's like factually
Guess what?
incorrect.
Okay.
That's factually
It's like
incorrect.
Jim. It's like the great Lebowski said. That's your opinion, man. That's just your opinion. Okay. My opinion is different.
But you don't think Trump likes to make money? Give me a break.
He's not. No, he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Try and push it towards a certain reality he has on the way the government should be running, which is stop crying about all of the tragedies all over the world and make sure the country is running better. Maybe you could call him like he's not a racist, because you take a look at his history with African Americans in the U.S. He's got a very high level of activity.
Housing policy.
And you can call anybody a racist, because everybody is a racist to some degree.
Well,
and that's why I'm suing the Justice Department to get my $1 billion back for that persecution in Mar-a-Lago.
Daryl is very attentive on race. I'm not that I don't pay that much attention to it.
You never lived it. You're a citizen.
No, I did. You don't know my life. I think
Yeah,
everybody in the U.S. gets some kind of discrimination.
Oh, wait, you're telling me that
I'm not
gets
talking about
accepted by
discrimination. I'm
everybody
talking about
except for Rob Lowe,
can you say that you love the
I don't
police
come from a
department?
family of slaves, except for the Jews, and there were slaves in Russia. Everybody's got a background, and everybody's got somebody who doesn't like them, or somebody who doesn't like people because of the way they talk, or the way they look, or the way they think. there's discrimination. You discriminate. Every day you go out and decide what you're going to eat for lunch. You say, I want this sandwich.
We're not talking about
Yeah, but
prejudice. We're talking about
so
racism.
discrimination is part of life.
Racism means that you
Competition is
have
part of life.
power.
yeah, but
People
Competition
of
is
African
part of
descent in
life.
this country have
Getting
never had
power is part
power.
of
Kenny,
life. I would
Kenny.
rather have the power than trust
All right,
somebody else.
all right, Kenny. None of us
That's
are
a
So
for.
fact.
I don't know
You're
why you interrupted me. I'm
well.
just saying it's a wrong
Only because
concept.
anyone who wants to sue the
Oh,
Justice
you guys don't
Department
believe in
that they
you
run
just trying to censor
in
me.
order to get
Just
a
trying
couple of
you just
billion
interfere.
dollars.
Oh, by the way, you forgot something. I'm controlling this meeting. So I don't think it's the right viewpoint to think that he's doing it for money. That's ridiculous. He does a lot of things, makes a lot of money. I understand that. But his motivation in all of these executive orders and everything, he's going ahead with the dramatization or the belief of we can correct this. He's using the executive orders because he doesn't want to waste time with all the politics in the House and the Senate. He says, "Well, I can get away doing this. They're gonna
Full
fight me in this,
democracy.
no matter what I do, they're gonna come after me. They tried twice to come at me, and not come at. It's not called that. Get him out of office.
Assassinate.
And they also they tried to cancel his ability to run in various states. So they came after him very heavy. So he said, well, fuck them. I'll just give them executive orders. That's what I can do. And some of them will be stopped and some of them won't. I'll get as far as I can. And he's trying to change the way the country operates, bringing it back to a less woke, empathetic, global
And a much whiter country because we need more South Africa.
Doesn't believe in. Well, that's the thing. So he's looking at making things more functional.
Whiter again. Yes, whiter. We need.
So anyhow, I'm
We
almost
need
done
South
talking.
Africans here.
I know I'm almost done talking. If you
All right,
think
finish. Go on, finish.
if you think he's the worst person in the universe, you're certainly entitled to that viewpoint. If you think he's racist, go ahead. Think he's racist. Think everybody's racist. Do whatever you want. That's fine. I don't consider, you take a look at his behavior. He's not more racist than an average person.
Are you done?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
done? All right. Well, first of all, none of us are worth $700 million, like he was when his father died. And if you recall, his father. So how did Donald Trump get hooked up with Roy Cohn? He hired Roy Cohn to defend him against class action suits from the Department of Justice over racial segregation out there in the buildings he owned in Brooklyn. And then you're saying he's not about money. That's ridiculous.
Queens.
Queens. Oh yeah. Well, no, it was they also were down there in the buildings down in Brooklyn, if I recall too. But then the issue about money. It's really simple. He has shook down every when you talk about the Middle East, he gets a couple of $1 billion from the UAE to set up his cryptocurrency machinations. Then he's working out a deal to set up Trump branded real estate property in Saudi Arabia. That's part of a big $60 billion deal. Then he gets all the different gifts from Qatar, the jet, all these other things. And not only does he benefit from it, his family benefit from it, but Steve Witkoff benefits from the cryptocurrency thing. Witkoff's son is involved with the Trump boys running that cryptocurrency thing. And, who knows what he's going to get from his new proposal of his 28 peace plan with Ukraine. So to say that he's not in it for the money, I mean, that the Arab monarchies understand he's in it for the money. They act accordingly. Remember, Jared Kushner got $1 or $2 billion when he was exiting out of Trump 1.0 to do. He started to work with the Saudi Arabian Commonwealth Fund. So, and Trump has doubled, at least publicly, his wealth in the past 10 months. So, if there was he could never get away with that if the House was dominated by the Democrats or the Senate was, because they would have moved to impeach him. So that's what he's doing. And then you're saying, oh, he was so attacked. Well, the son of a bitch tried to overthrow the government. He basically is trying to rewrite history about January 20th. So he deserves everything he gets from all that stuff. And the only reason he's gotten away with it now is he was able to get his hand-chosen members of the Supreme Court last summer to pass Trump versus United States. It basically says you can do whatever the hell you
Well,
want.
you can call him you can call him a racist, but I'm
No,
telling you, you have a thing. You
it's
have a
not me calling him a
phenomenon.
racist.
Jim,
The
you
fact
have a
is
thing.
he was
It's called.
sued.
It's the short name is TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome.
No.
You just go.
Well,
This is the most evil purpose.
no.
In the
Well, at
world.
least I don't have Catum. You know what Catum means?
I don't care.
Kiss ass Trump too much.
There you
Catum
go.
syndrome. Yeah, I made
Yeah,
that up
Trump
today.
too much.
Let
Catum.
me throw a
What has Trump
another
done?
aspect
What
in.
has
Hold it,
Trump done? What
Ken,
has
Ken,
Trump
Ken,
done?
What do you mean
Ken.
done? He's taken us
Ken.
to a dictatorship. What do you mean? What has he
What did
done?
he
Wait,
do to the
wait,
borders? What did he do to the borders?
Well,
wait,
that's
Ken.
your. Yeah, he's as I meant when we started this whole discussion 3 hours ago. I argued that I read all these very well-researched studies, which I will then, at a future date, have lined up in a row.
In other
That
words,
talk
it was
about how
bad to close the borders.
the
You don't
deportation
agree with
policy,
closing the borders. You want the illegal
let me
aliens to
finish,
come in,
Kenny.
right?
The deportation policy has actually contributed to our inflation and higher food prices.
Yeah, that of
Period.
course, because
Oh,
it's Trump.
so that's a great benefit from acting in a xenophobic, racist way.
Okay, great.
Hey,
I
Ken,
understand, Jim. You
let me,
want
Ken,
open
let me answer a
borders.
question.
You want open
Hey, Ken,
borders. You want
I mean, what has Trump done
socialism.
for you,
You want
Kenny?
everybody to get the same pay. You don't want anybody to win. You want everybody to be. Everybody gets an award. Nobody wins and nobody loses. We all just suffer the same.
Well, what has
Everybody
Trump
gets
done for
rights and
you?
beans.
What has Trump done for you personally? What has he done for you? What has he done for you personally? Yeah,
Nothing.
you. What has he done for you personally, Trump? Have you benefited from Trump personally?
yeah, Trump gave him something to talk about on this
He
show.
must.
Look,
Trump must have given Trump. There must be some secret prize that Trump gave Kenny. We just have to
Oh
figure
yeah,
out what it
that's
is.
sure.
all right,
I got
look,
the Trump
Ken,
dollar, right?
Trump is transactional, right?
Oh no,
Represent-
stop it. I
Wait,
got
wait,
enough of that in LA here.
wait, wait, wait,
World
wait,
breaks
wait,
down in
wait,
transactional
wait,
and
wait.
philosophical.
Shut up for a second.
It's a new philosophy.
If you don't hear the end of the sentence, you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know because you're using words that you're making up.
No,
What
no,
the
no,
fuck
no.
is
Forget
transactional?
that. I said I'm going to give you an
Define it.
example.
Define the word.
If I'm going to give you an example. So
Define the word. Don't give me an example. Define it. What do you mean by transactional? It's a new word that's become popular, like woke. Now I'm asking you to.
You do this for me, and I'll do that for you.
Yeah, you give me top couple $1 billion, I'll do this for you. I mean, that's transactional.
What does transactional mean? Don't give me an example. Give me a definition. Can't you do that? Can't you define it?
Yeah.
What is
you give me something, you wash my hand, I'll wash yours. That's it.
That's quid pro quo. That's transactional. Is that what you mean?
Okay, that's it. Quid pro quo is easier for you to understand. It's got fewer syllables.
It's in other words, it's like a contractual exchange.
All right, now stop the distraction. Let's get to the point.
Go ahead. So that's what you mean by transaction.
So the idea is
who is not transaction?
Will you shut up for a second?
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Ken. He goes on and he talks about taking Jimmy Kimmel. They should kick Jimmy Kimmel off the air. They should kick Colbert off the air, et cetera, et cetera. What did he say about Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes, who's, just like almost makes Heinrich Himmler seem like a moderate. What did he say about him? He said, well, the guy, he just has to be heard and then you can make up your own mind. So why can Nick Fuentes, of all people, have a right a right to speak on the air, to say what he wants to say, and you don't have to agree with him, but Jimmy Kimmel, for instance, does not?
Because he didn't get an invite to dinner.
What makes you think he did some kind of censorship on Jimmy Kimmel?
He's tried.
What do you mean? He just said said he's an idiot, whatever he said. He should be taken off the air.
Taken off the air.
Yeah,
But he didn't say Nick
we have the
Valenti.
right to make. So I
He
understand
didn't
as a
say Nick
president, you're
Valenti
saying
should be
how to
taken
restrict.
off the air. Ken, I just have to speak over you if you're not listening.
Go ahead.
You asked me a question. He said
No, I said, what did he do? You don't tell me what he said. What did he do?
He tried to convince the networks. He tried to pressure them by political means to take these people off the air. He couldn't
Really?
do it legally.
Who
Yeah.
said so? Where did you hear that?
He said so. I heard him say it. He
You heard
wanted
him
the
say he
FCC,
should be taken off
he
the air.
wanted the FCC to, he tried to, it told the FCC to find some way to put pressure on them. But he didn't do that to Tucker Carlson, another racist, who put an even more racist guy on the air, and he said, well, let that one go.
Okay, so you're saying his word is the law.
No, is that what I was saying? I don't know, Ken.
Sounds like that to me.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in other words, what works for him is okay. What works against him is not okay. There's not one law for everybody, or one rule of thumb, or one set of rules for the game. It's just whatever works for him at that time is okay. And if somebody else is doing the same thing that doesn't work, and it isn't working for him, it's not okay. And when you take off all the rules and you take away the guardrails, you don't have a society.
Yeah. That's very noble, but I don't know what you're talking about in particular.
Well, I know you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying
because
to
that kind of a
thing
thing's happened. Look what Gavin Newsom did. He said, I don't like what they did in Texas, so I'm canceling the rule that the public decided about having a third party do the delegates, the districting. So just pass this and I'll pick the five, I'll pick the districting.
Do you
It
think
won't
that
be
was
done
right?
by the third party.
Do you think that was right?
No, I don't. And I don't think that what they did in Texas is right.
Do you think that right? All right. Do you think that what Trump is doing or advocating is right?
It depends on the issue.
I'm
I
talking
don't think
about
what
this
everything
issue.
he's doing is right. I don't think he's doing right with wasting all the money on bombing the ships.
And what about
Oh, the thing that I think I thought was really ridiculous and nobody talks about that much is when he was making a deal with certain lawyers and cutting off their access to certain documents and they gave him a fine because they had DEI. So he was taking bribes. And then I don't think it was to him or his campaign funds, it was to the US government, but he was extorting money from private companies. I know that's ridiculously bad example. That's like banana republic to me.
Okay, all right.
But I mean, and in terms of the environmental, the deportation stuff and the rough handling and the mistakes that have been made, nobody's willing to look, or they don't bring up. Look, you let in 10, let's say, be conservative, 10 million illegal aliens without any examination. We don't know what diseases they have or what their background is, or we don't know their names. And we say, okay, here's a phone number. We're going to give me your phone number. I'm going to call you in 4 months when we can get around to handling your amnesty. Now, in the meantime, I'm sending you to city X, and here's a phone, and here's a credit card with a certain amount of money, and you can stay in this hotel. And he distributed these illegal aliens across the US. And then, that the little count, they went through a thing in New York. The Mayor Adams brought it up. I can't take any more people. We're going broke here. So
He
nobody
lied.
brings up with the situation that he's trying to handle. I think the one thing he did good on this is he said, look, we'll help you self-deport and we'll give you some money for that. And there's no violence or anything. And if you don't do that and we kick you out, then you can't come back because you got a bad record. But if you self-deport, then you can come back and do it legally. That sounded sane to me. And other people have come up with situations, and he did do. He made an exception for people working in agriculture or I guess medicine. He says, I'm breaking my own rule and leave him alone because it's too harmful to the economy. He's pragmatic. So he's going to break all the rules. He's just looking for
Transactional.
and if you want to hold him up to a standard and not hold up other politicians, yeah, he's ruthless and he's arbitrary and he's hypocritical. All of those things. But if you approve of some of the things he's doing, I was very appreciative of the fact that he put his attention on the cartels because the cartels have been operating inside the U.S. Very severely up in Northern California, growing marijuana. They went with the legal marijuana. They came in and they took over, and they've taken over Mexico. It's totally devastated. It's government by the cartels, and nobody's addressing it, and everybody's well, I smoke pot. Why should I be critical of other people buying illegal drugs? So I'm not going to judge them because I commit a little bit of the crime myself. And so, and the same thing with the homelessness. The homeless to me is, I could get in trouble if I tell you what I think, but I'll tell you the truth. You live in New York, if you live on the 14th floor and you got a window, you put some crumbs on the window, you're going to get some birds that come by to eat those crumbs. The more advantage and the more assistance you give without a qualification to homeless people, the more people that will become homeless to get those benefits. Especially, and for the majority of them, they're going to be people who don't function well in a society because of mental or problems or addiction to alcohol or drugs or something.
So what do you do with those people?
Well, you stop offering them things for free.
Yeah, but what do you
I'm
do
going to
with them?
take total sympathy with you. I'm going to give you a place to live, 3 meals a day, freedom of motion. You just don't let them shit and piss in the street, and you don't let them deal drugs or whatever they're doing. And we had a bunch of RVs set up in a park here, and that it was too strict for the people. So they initially they put some homeless people in it, but then right after that they all left because they couldn't have any pets. They had to be in by 10 o'clock, no guests. It was too strict for them. They didn't want to be bound up with that kind of society restraint.
Would you
So
want to live in that?
it's a difficult problem with the homeless.
Would you want to live like
I
that?
would say I've taken in one or two homeless people. I've interviewed homeless people, and it's a one-off. You can't come up with one solution that solves all the homeless. And you got to go with the masses and say, well, how can I handle? I would start to handle the homeless with the ones that were the least homeless. And that's what homeless people do too. If you can catch a guy who just had one medical bill too many and he wound up sleeping in a car and now he's in the street. And what were you doing? I had a job and this and that. If you can rehabilitate him, he's not all the way down the well. So you take the easy fruit that's available. You try to handle the cases that are not that severe. And of course, if you have a situation where a woman has 3 children and they're all under 12, you have to handle it with empathy and realism. If the mother is, oh, I have a friend who has 7 kids and was, it's nuts. So 3 of the kids were taken over, got custody by the grandparents, and the other 4 kids are in foster homes. She can't raise them. So if you have a homeless person with kids being homeless, you may have to put them in foster homes or orphanages or something. They don't have to live, oh, it's my kids, you can't take them away. Well, let's try to solve it for you. Let's see if I can get somebody to sponsor you and give you a room and with your kids. What religion do you have? What about your relatives? Let me call up your aunt or your sister. Let's see what we can get going for you. It's a very particular thing, but And I once went to buy. I like talking, so I'll just finish this. I once went to get buy some tents and a tent for camping, and I said, "What about this one?" I said, "Oh no, that's it's okay, but it's the lower end. It's what everybody buys to hand out to the homeless." So people would buy tents and hand it out to the homeless, encouraging them to be the indigenous population of the city. They're like, they're like the Native Americans. They're living outdoors and on streets. And I found a new homeless center and a different meeting I went to in Silver Lake yesterday. So it's an individual thing, but we don't need DEI. We need responsibility, competence, and integrity. So I'll make up those three words. And that can be the motto instead of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Just pick three other words out of a philosophical discourse.
Well, if you're talking about,
Perseverance, integrity, and spirit.
if you're talking about those three words, you just wiped out the present U.S. administration. But let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
All these suggestions that you came up with, are any of them being done?
I'm not involved with the homeless. I mean, I did a show with them, 15 years ago, but I'm not involved in any homeless program, so I don't know what they're doing.
Well, do you think
But I see that when I see them in the street, I see tents, so they're not homeless. They're living in tents, and they're, they get removed from certain areas. A friend of mine got them removed from one area. He wouldn't tell me exactly what happened, but then in another area, they just built a fence to keep them from putting their tents, let's say, under a bridge. And then the other part of it is assisted to the homeless is the RV life, where people just park their RVs somewhere and they extend out to the surrounding area around the RVs, and it becomes a mess. So there's got to be, or I think, we're not a German culture, so not everything is strict hygiene and cleanliness, but we're not Haiti either, so it's not everything all over the place. There's some merit in cosmetic appearances and landscaping and streets being clean and sidewalks not having cracks and things you could trip in, just things, and people not monitoring their dogs so they don't mess up the street.
Well, the point is,
it's okay for a society to have a standard.
All those solutions, they seem reasonable, but the fact is, what's going on now is none of those solutions, as far as I know, that's why I asked you, as far as I know, none of those solutions are being put into effect by the federal government.
Why the federal government? Why isn't it a problem? And why is it a federal?
It's a problem. It's a problem across the board. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, the federal government is trying to crack down without putting in any solutions. So in other words, they're trying to get rid of the homeless, basically get rid of the homeless without having anywhere to put them.
Well, no, I think there was a discussion about opening up some asylums. Because they all got closed off with, what's the guy's name with the big mustache? Geraldo Rivera. When he did an expose on a mental institution somewhere.
That was several decades ago.
Bada bing, bada bang, and they closed them all.
Geraldo Rivera in the 70s.
Yeah.
Out in Staten Island, Willowbrook.
Yeah. And of course, there were abusive activities there, and it's a hard thing to handle too. Mental illness.
And what did the people do? They closed down many of the larger institutions and failed to open up the public clinics that were supposed to take care of the people, to support them until they were able to support themselves. And if you look at the data, once again, it's cheaper to house a person first, then work on whatever challenges they have mentally and physically, than it is to keep them in the street and and
I
usually ending
agree,
up with
totally
hospital
agree.
bills.
And the children, if you don't handle the issues, and the children's are raised in an abusive fashion with a parent who's got an addict, a drug addiction, or in a neighborhood where there's too much criminal activity, you're just going to breed more criminal activity. Or kids, kids who grow up in certain. This I heard this once. Only one person bringing it up, and one it didn't get followed. If you in certain families, it's like Pete. What's that thing? Shock that a soldier gets. The guy is in shock from the crimes that he saw, and the
Shell shock.
shell shock. Yeah, that's what they called in World War One. But then they got PTS or something like that.
Well, it's battle fatigue, and now it's
Yeah,
PTSD.
yeah. So then kids have that because every kid are like just as far out, at least as cousins. If you go out to at least their cousins, they know someone who's in jail or got shot and is dead. So they all have trauma, and they grow up with that. And then that leads you into a consideration as like, I want to get what I can while I can because I don't know how long I'm going to be able to get anything. So I want to get a Rolex. I'm going to get one, whether I can get the money to buy it or I have to take it from someone's wrist. So I want to live life now before I get killed. So that's a situation which makes it self, you know, self supportive. It makes for criminals to or bad life to lead to worse life and a continuation of it. Anyhow, that's just talking too much. But I don't know. What have you done anything to help the homeless? Help the homeless? Anybody here get involved in a program?
Just change.
Just giving them change. Yeah.
Yeah. No, actually, but you bring up you're moving into another point about the effect it has on kids because one of the things, one issue which is too late to discuss now, but that I wanted to get into at some point was if Trump's, I mean, Trump has basically thrown out the idea of civility in his dealings for whatever reason he's doing it to get more press or because he doesn't feel like it or because he's a jerk, whatever the reason is. The but the idea is what effect is that having on our society, particularly with kids? When
You know what his example
his
to the
example,
country?
that's it. When he calls, like calling when he says that reporter, just be quiet, piggy, or whatever, whatever.
Well, I thought it was like I had a deep reaction to the actions of the Bush administrations. I said, well, if they're going to be such criminals, why shouldn't everybody become a criminal? Look what they get away with, what they're doing with attacking other countries and everything. There's so many criminal things that the politicians are doing, and I don't mean like Clinton and the girl. That's like minor stuff. Sex is not that important. But, just crimes and stealing money and, including Trump and Biden and everybody else, it's a bad example for the country. Absolutely. And the way that the Congress keeps giving itself raises and, and that we have these dynasties, these political dynasties where this guy gets elected, then his wife, then his son, the Clintons, the Bushes. And the Bushes kept going on and on and on, and they wanted to get another brother. He hasn't had a chance to be the president, so he ran. It's like that's monarchy. I don't know why that went on. So it's bad examples, top down. So, I think instead of talking about it, where can you find a reasonable, a positive working solution? I know that I've done some documentaries that Sweden has success in handling criminals where they have a very low recidivism rate and they don't lock anybody up or anything. It's like an honor system. So, maybe we should get some guys over here instead of I think we've been bringing over people from the police, the Mossad from Israel to teach the police officers how to handle crowds and stuff. That's what it seems like to me. But if we could get somebody from Sweden to come over and say, why don't you run a program here that and teach us the right way to do it, to use enough force as necessary, but not more, and to correct things and to give a person a recovered purpose that they can function. And most people, if you give them a game to play that they win at, will stick with it. You know, I think that's the key thing is you have to get the person active in some activity where he's functional and appreciated and can do the job, even if it's working in a soup kitchen or sweeping the floor. I've seen people in China where they have these old ladies sweeping the floor in the streets every day, 3 times a day. It gives them something to do, and they just have an act, they're part of the world, and that's what they do. So everybody needs to be participating. An opportunity to contribute is more important than an opportunity to be contributed to. It's better to produce than to gain receipt. I'm not getting the right words. I didn't put it in there. But
You have to be.
I've known that. I've done some experiments with it. If you give, you do better than if you get, or if somebody gives to you.
Well, yeah. Well, you have to have a bit of both, I think. But
Yeah, you need a break once in a while. Yeah.
well,
I once had a car manager of an automobile play. I was a salesman, and he comes up to me and says, "Ken, you haven't sold anything for 2 weeks. Here's $200 to get by." I almost fainted.
Well, that's.
I can't believe it. Here's this guy, a hard ass closer. Says, "Ken, you haven't had a sale in 2 weeks. Here's $200. Get you through the week."
That's basically the way to do it, I think.
Well, it was fantastic. When you do something like that, you make a friend. The value of my friendship to him is worth more than the $200 he gave me, because to me, I'm indebted to it. Here's a guy who I can rely on, who I owe something to. That kind of a thing. Another guy once said to me, I said, "What do you want me to do?" He says, "Well, walk around here and take a look and see what you think should be done." I nearly fainted on that. That was the first day on the job. So, entitling people and getting people to contribute is the way out to be productive. I know it's something they put over the concentration camps, but it's got some truth to it. The ability to produce and create a positive effect is a solution, is the way out. Like even your fathers, or the people we knew that were stable in society were contributing, not just absorbing.
Well, that may well be the case. Not what they put over the concentration camps, obviously, but it may
The
well
thing that there's the thing about work. Work will make you happy or something.
Yeah. But the fact is, yeah, if they really meant it. But the fact is that right now we have a society in which there is the opportunity for
Right,
people.
that's a big problem.
Right, and Daryl just threw in an appropriate word, which is greed.
It's hard to get a job, right? It's hard to get a job, and it's hard to live in a society where the job doesn't cover the costs of the things you want, or have to have, and so forth.
Work will
Right.
make you
So
free.
FDR solved that by putting people together, taking care of the forests, or going out recording folk music. He just made work, created work, and paid them. But they worked. They created.
But we don't have that now.
Yeah, we don't
No,
have that. I don't think. I don't know.
No, there is no. I haven't heard one program from this administration, at least, which is designed to help people do something in which they themselves would be best at contributing, in which they would have some passion for, or some desire to do, or some skill at doing. No, there's none of that. The present situation is basically, fuck them. That's the present situation. The present attitude is, no, they're draining. It doesn't matter what happens to them. If they're poor, if they're living in the streets, get rid of them. I just want them out of my sight. That's what's coming from the administration. Get them out
Yeah.
of my sight.
I don't know. I think AmeriCorps is still around. And there are a couple other programs from the, believe it or not, from the Great Society that are still around, unless they got doged. You might want to check it out.
Yeah, well, I've heard that too. There's a couple that's still around, but their funding, they got doged in that their funding has been cut or reduced or not increased in keeping with cost of living. So they're
Totally
being,
agree.
yeah, you might say they're being, if I can use the technocratic term, phased out. But the basic thing now is, you know, like you said, greed, Daryl. It's people are saying, "I got mine," so that's it. You couldn't get yours, die,
Uh-huh.
disappear.
Well,
And that's where you want to intervene and say, no,
Yep,
we
that's
need
right.
to help one another. And that's why you have the expansion of the food banks, the outreach to those people who are recently unemployed, the increase in the union movement. There's a whole other situation going on in which people are saying, all right, Republicans, if what you say is government is the evil one, government is the problem, well, we'll form our own government outside of your structure and take our capital and redistribute it among our neighbors and make it work that way. That you're seeing a lot of that coming up under the I'm trying to think of what the title is of self-help.
Right. But the fact
And
is,
and that's the only way it's going to work because the billionaire guys, if you can, and once again, I apologize if I'm missing something, but if I can make more money by investing in human beings, especially children, then why would I not do that? And that's why I don't understand New York City because there's plenty of money in New York City. So why you need to have 40,000 children who are food challenged, who are having trouble getting an education, um, are moving all over the place because they don't have any housing? It doesn't make any sense to me. And right now, I'm in a pretty strange and aberrant situation in which basically I'm homeless and hobbling around and working on a 1938 dollars Social Security check, in which before that, those checks got misdirected. And so I'm pretty financially challenged if you just look at the paper. But it doesn't mean anything.
hey,
Because
I want to take advantage of the fact that there's only the three of us to talk, and this is for Mike. Last night, let me tell you about this. I went to see a SAG presentation of Frankenstein. And
oh, you went
mostly I
to Del
went,
Toro?
yeah. I mostly went because I'm a big fan of the Del Toro's Pan's Labyrinth, and also a big fan of Oscar Isaac, who's played Frankenstein. So the movie was terrible,
Oh,
but
wow.
you can watch it. It's on Netflix. It's way over the. I'm gonna spoiler alert. It's way over the top. Big castles blowing things up, yelling, screaming, this, that, the monster, cutting up bodies. Just to throw everything in the except the kitchen sink, and it just go on and on. And Frankenstein is one tone angry, and the monster is loving, and I don't care what the analogy is. It was just stupid. It's like watching a Arnold Schwarzenegger movie or something. And
Yeah.
and the other thing is just in terms of my background on it, I think as soon as you start to watch a movie called Frankenstein, you think of two movies: the original, where the guy goes, "It's alive! It's alive!" and the Mel Brooks one, Young
Young man.
Frankenstein, and all the jokes in that. That comes right into your mind. And the only thing I liked about the movie is it didn't have rap music anywhere in it. I hate when they do that in all these movies. They play rap music in the background when they're doing the credits or whatever. So, but here's the phenomenon. So it's a SAG audience, right? I'm saying it's an up, it's great special effects and all of that, but it's just too much, and it didn't have enough examination of there was this hard handling of the emotions or the intellect. But in any event, so at the end of the movie and the credits come up, the whole audience stands up and they're applauding, and it's a hey, Guillermo, hey, Guillermo, and then hey, Oscar Isaac, and hey, the guy who played the monster, and they came out and talked, and so they didn't take questions, but they talked, and they looked great, and they were fun, and they're nice people. But the thing is, I'm thinking that this population, which is to some degree actors, but there were people from other organizations besides SAG, that people want to have an idol that they can look up to, and they want to have a devil that they can look down upon, like Trump, 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 or like, but in this case, Isaac, Oscar Isaac, I love him, I love him. Guillermo, I love him. Huh. And I like Pan's Labyrinth. I tried to watch the Shape of Water, but I didn't think much of it. And I don't know what else he's done. Oh, somebody said his Pinocchio was very good, but
Yeah, go
maybe
on.
not. I like Oscar Isaac because I liked him in Ex Manica. I can, the movie where
Right.
he was like a dot-com guy, and there's robots, and uh, I forget the name. This gorgeous girl was in it, and I liked him in a Disney thing he played a special part where he was a time travel, not a time traveler, like, when he goes to sleep, he wakes up in another universe, and then when he when he wakes up from the dream, he's back in a home universe, that kind of a story. But he's really a good actor, I think, and he was good enough in Dune. I just think he's good because he's actually from South America. Oh, excuse me, from Mexico, and he plays, and you'd think he would be from like East European the way he looks, but he's one of those people who can play various parts. Oh, he did another part. He did another very good movie about the
Like Anthony Quinn?
yeah, Anthony Quinn, or maybe Pandera, um, Antonio Banderas. Oh no, he did another movie about not the Turks, but the what's the oppressed population that the Turks are always trying to kill?
The Armenians.
The Armenians, yeah. So this is the Armenian story. He did a whole movie about that, about how the Armenians got suppressed and fought a war, against the
Well,
Turks. He's a good actor.
actors
He's a good actor.
actors have been doing that since Paul Muni. Personally, with a few notable exceptions, I tend to reserve judgment on an actor till I've seen them on stage, and
Yeah.
that's because there's just too much you can do with tricks on film. And film is more of a director's medium. But the fact is that the
And an
problem,
editor. And an editor.
actually, the editor and the director are interrelated. That's why some of the greatest directors were formerly editors. Robert
Right.
Wise, David Lean, Carol Reed. These people were expert editors who became brilliant directors. But the fact is, though, what's happening a lot in movies now, and this goes to the superficiality thing, is people like a lot of sound, gore, shock, and there's not a lot of films that balance that out. There are some,
Right.
but there's not a lot of depth to these things. If you go back in cinematic history, in the United States at least, you had action films, plenty of action films, and just out and out comedies. But especially with the action films, they always tried to put in some meaning or something, whether it succeeded or not, was something like that. I mean, even in the Guns of Navarone, you had some character, conflicts and what is the meaning of war or something. It was kind of
Paths of Glory. Paths of Glory.
Paths of Glory was not an action. I mean, the reason I
Well,
use
there was, there's guys in the trenches,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying that the Guns of Navarone I use as an example because it was created just to be an war action spectacular.
Yeah.
They still felt compelled to put something in there that was beyond that was above and beyond that.
Oh, I totally agree. And like one of my favorite movies is Gunga Din, which I'm always surprised they haven't made a remake. I'm not really surprised. It's too much touchy about racism, but there was friendship, loyalty, the thing with the romance, the thing about I got your re-signing document here, and the whole thing at the end about Gunga Din, he's a better man than I am.
Right. Well, that's an interesting point.
But it was very, very action oriented.
Right. But it's an interesting point about Gunga Din. That's another interesting point. Rudyard Kipling, who was accused, and in many ways justifiably, of being a colonialist, etc., he still, I mean, the line, "You're a better man than I am, Gunga Din," he still felt that there was an underlying belief which none of the movies have picked up on. And it kind of is obscured by his notoriety as a storyteller. But there was an idea, if not actual respect, at least begrudging respect for the cultures that were being colonized. The poem East, that East is East and West is West, that has a lot of that. That he was trying to get people to see them, in other words, the colonized as being equals to a large degree, even though he supported the idea of British colonialism, but there was another aspect to him. And so therefore a movie like Gunga Din could be remade, but more of an emphasis on that one line, "You're a better man than I am, Gunga Din."
Yeah.
Sometimes, in other words, basically what he was saying is the colonized.
If you remember, there was this really good scene with Cary Grant and I forget the name of the guy who did play Gunga Din.
Sam Jaffe, he's 40 years old.
Jaffe, when he had him play, he found him playing the trumpet, and he says, "Go ahead, you can do it." He was friendly towards him about it, and then he said, "Play." The guys were marching, and he said, "Play the go home thing." So he was being friendly.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That just an interesting point here, if you guys want to hear it. During the Second World War, the British victory over the Japanese in 1944 to 1945. It was the general in charge. It was the British 14th Army, led by General William Slim, who rarely, if ever, missed an opportunity to give the credit where credit was due, and that was the soldiers from India. The Indian, and particularly the Indian soldiers. He made sure he was one of the first British generals to promote Indian officers to the rank of brigadier or general. And therefore India was a British colony. But it was India that helped, that was most decisive in the British victory in Southeast Asia, in India and Burma, that whole campaign. And I think, and it did lead to, first of all, it wound up training a lot of good soldiers for the Indian Army. And that means soldiers who were from both India and Pakistan, because, you know, there was a
There was
split.
no Pakistan.
Yeah, there was no Pakistan at the time. Yeah. But the idea is, and I spoke to British veterans who said that, no, you know, after that, they saw that it was a no-brainer for Indian independence. The fact of India becoming independent was a no-brainer to them.
Oh,
And it was obvious, because they said it was these Indian soldiers that really defeated the Japanese, the Indian soldiers fighting for the British. So the idea is that what I think people need to do is start giving the colonized their due.
Yeah.
In what they did in these war efforts, both in not only the Second World War, the First World War, and that's usually been underplayed.
Well,
And
do you have Netflix or access to it?
no, I don't have Netflix, but
Or you don't have access to it or whatever.
no, not on my.
You don't have a neighbor or a friend.
Well, I have friends.
Yeah, yeah. You got to take a look. You got to see. I mean, they spent so much money, and it was like, what are you doing? What's the point of this? What was the point of this? There's nothing new, you know. And
Well,
it
the
was
point is,
no. What's his name? It was, I think I said his name right.
Del Toro.
Del Toro, yeah. He says, I've been working on this 50 years. It's a question about how my father raised me and how I raised my son. And that's what I was trying to portray in this. And I go like,
It didn't
well,
necessarily work. Well, you know something? Paul Newman once said something to a bunch of us. He didn't say it in public, unfortunately, but there was about 20 or 30 of us sitting there, and he said, I I don't think that I think there'll always be good actors. And I said, no matter what, there'll always be good actors. People will find a way to do good acting. There'll always be good directors. There'll always be good writers. Maybe not as many. They may have more difficulties, but they'll be there. He said, the problem is, will there be good audiences? and and the fact is, when they make films, particularly more so than on stage, they're looking to make money, and the money
yeah,
comes from the audience. And if the audience doesn't demand something with more depth, they're not going to give it to them.
yeah.
They give them what the audience will go for, and the audience, I think now, and this goes for everything in politics and everything, the audience or the population has been dumbed down. This doesn't mean that they're stupid. It means that they've been dumbed down to not use their own intelligence as much.
Yeah.
And that is a problem. I mean, people can blame it. You can blame it on television. You can blame it on the internet. You can blame it on politicians. You can blame it on manipulation. But whatever you blame it on, that seems to be the case.
Well,
Audiences are not as discerning as they used to be on as deep a level. They're not as discerning on as deep a level. And again, there have been different periods in history just like this. But whenever you have a period in history where the audience is dumbed down, the next step is usually a huge catastrophe, either a major war or a depression or something of the.
well, I certainly hope we don't get into that. This just fucking around with Venezuela is like, well, I mean, that presentation that was made that Julian said that was just pick and choose stuff. It didn't matter because Venezuela is incompetent, you know, their army. But when you saw all of that stuff, and the U.S. is going to get concerned about influence from China getting into South America or Russia, foreign countries getting in, because it's still, you could still lean on that. I forget what it's called. The doctrine of the no foreign countries coming into South America.
Monroe Doctrine.
Monroe Doctrine, right? Well, there you go. I don't know.
But then
Okay, let's go.
Ken,
back to
Ken,
money.
what he was talking about was they don't even have the jets yet. So
Yeah.
it takes time to train a pilot. It takes time for that pilot then to be qualified as a combat. A lot of that stuff that he's talking about, I don't know if they have the Soviet, the Russian SB. Is it SB 300, Mike?
I think it's the SU 300.
Yeah. So okay, so he's right. The
All right.
person
So
who
the
made
deal
that
is that particular. That's why when you watch these things on Netflix, et cetera, you have to get somebody who is wise
right.
to explain to you what's going on, and which is what I'm saying is if the population understood how much money is being wasted, and I'm saying it's wasted. Maybe there's a reason why they want to train where they're training, but it makes no sense to me that you're taking out a 300, even if it was a $15,000 speedboat or $1 million speedboat. You spending $5 million a day? Come on,
Yeah.
man.
But no. But if you work for Lockheed or somebody that's making the weapons, and there's another thing that the military has, I think it was a reason that they went into Grenada and Panama. They have to have, they could drill and have war games, but every once in a while they want to go and do a real thing to keep the Army and the Air Force and the Marines, live through actual conflict, actual combat.
Yeah, but
They like that.
today, and
It
you're
keeps
losing
happening
20.
every 7 years. They go in and Iraq, Iran, somewhere, not Iraq. What was it?
But you're losing 22 people a day, blowing their brains out
Oh, they
because
don't
someone
count. They're
thinks.
Venezuelans. That's not relevant.
I'm talking about United States veterans.
Oh, veterans. Oh, what are they committing suicide or what?
22 a day.
Suicide?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, those
And
are
it's
broken shots.
unnecessary because there are treatments. I mean, I think it's pretty appalling that let's see, if I had my money, $19 on the kids in what's that hospital in Philadelphia, and then you got to support St. Jude's. That's another 19, and then Wounded Warriors. That's $19, and you can get in for 11. You can do towers to tunnels. Hello, come on, get a grip, right? You mean those people served and they can't get the appropriate help from a structure that is supposed to be set up to do
Well,
that? That
okay,
you have to.
well, that's a viewpoint you have based on your experiences in life. Other people are very concerned about ballet, and other people are concerned about their religion or the Jews or the Puerto Ricans or
You're
the
missing my
history of the
point,
Puerto
Ken.
Ricans is a sad story, and we should
And
be
I
helping
don't
the Puerto Ricans.
I don't think that was the point Daryl was making.
Thank you. I thought it was me.
Oh, I didn't get the point.
The
You're saying
point
that
is,
there's better ways to spend the money.
yeah, no. The- well, yes and no. There, there are better ways to get a positive result than to do it where you're getting that. I don't know if you've ever been in the military,
No.
but thank you for your service. Oh, yeah. And tell that to the 9 guys who I blew up last week, who
Yes,
were trying to fight. Go ahead.
that's the reason I didn't get into the military, because I didn't want somebody to tell me you got to shoot those 3 guys, and I say why, and I say because I told you to. Commands, you have to follow orders. I didn't want to be commit crime kill people or harm people
You want to commit crimes
without just because somebody told me to. And that's the problem. You commit crimes, and then you have to go unconscious to it. You have to be irresponsible and say, well, oh man, they shot my buddy. I've counseled some people who are in the military, and it was
but see, that isn't that may be what you're taught, but that's an invalid reason for you to take the action. That whole bonding thing, where you're responsible.
Well, they trained them. There was an article about World War I. They had a very high refusal of people to fire. There was let's say it was, I don't know, remember the number. Let's say it's 15% of the soldiers in World War I refused to shoot the enemy because they went that guy's like my age and everything. In fact, there was a story
He didn't do nothing to me.
Huh?
He didn't do anything to me. Why am I shooting at him?
You didn't mind shooting at other people you didn't know?
No.
So there's 15% of the people that cared. So they changed the training for World War II. You have to have them doing it, sticking the bayonet into a dummy and shooting, mannequins. Get them to do it automatically without thinking about it. So that, and now we got people, controlling these drones from Ohio, and it's affecting people in the Middle East. It's just like a video game. So you detach the human connectivity, so you're not killing people. You're just pushing a button.
That's just the problem we're in, and that goes with that's part of the problem with the dumbing down and the superficiality and everything like that.
Yeah.
You detach people from not only other people's humanity, but their own humanity.
Yeah.
And then that's when you have a really dangerous situation for the future of the human race. Because once you take out that human element, then it's like saying, oh, I got a bunch of ants out there. I'm going to get rid of them. You just wipe them out. They're just ants to you. They're not even living creatures.
Right. So that's a psychological or they did experiments on it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But the idea is once you take out the human connection, in other words, people, in the military can say, yeah, well, it's easier. There were some people in the military who would say, yeah, you just, soldiers don't want to shoot at another soldier, etc. They don't want to shoot at them up close or see that
think about all those crazy, stupid movies like Rambo and everything, and they go in and they shoot 50 people to go rescue 2 Americans. They get 50, 500. They just keep shooting people.
But the people they're shooting aren't people.
I think because their work that it's their second job. They're trying to make some money, so they just kill people. All right.
And
I apologize.
Okay, hey, well, I gotta close off.
Okay, yeah, we can go like this.
It's great talking with you guys. Goodbye. Maybe I'll see you next week.
Okay.
And I'm gonna work on myself so that I can make contact.
Okay.
Oh, please, Daryl. Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Please come. Yeah. Without you, it just isn't the same. You know that.
Okay.
Oh, Tristan was there.
Oh, Tristan was there.
Tristan.
Tristan, I have one thing to say. Newfoundlanders or Newfies are the ones I know are all great people. So.
Okay. Adios, amigos.
Yeah, well, thanks. All right. Have a good night.
Good night, guys. Take care.
That was Tristan, I think.